We're at my home at 18 Colby Street today, and I have Gordon Placy, Curly Davis, and Bill Cummins with me. And Curly is Gordon's brother-in-law, and Bill is a Mason friend. The purpose of this interview today is to interview Gordon Placy. And Gordon, we'd like you to start with where and when you were born and life on the farm.
Bill's in the same clan I am, you know.
Bill is? What clan is that, Gordon?
Cummins clan.
Cummins clan.
Well, I was born in Bear Rock in the square house. It used to be Albert Lovering. And July the 4th, 1917, high noon.
I knew.
And I was moved away from there, down by Ladd Pond, found by Ladd Pond, when I was 1 year old, yeah. I remember my father said that buying a farm in the middle of the winter wasn't a good idea, because when it comes spring, all these outcropping the rocks all over the place never got announced at all. It was too big. But
the farm was rocky?
In hill.
You couldn't see it in the wintertime with all the snow.
Well, he knew the hills were there, but he couldn't see the hills. No, that's all it is about that.
How many brothers and sisters did you have?
Oh, I had three brothers and one sister. Let's see. Ralph, Llewellyn, Claude, and Ray.
I didn't get the girl's name.
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn.
L-U-W-I-L-D-A.
Were you the youngest or the oldest?
I was the oldest. Ralph was next, then Llewellyn, and then Claude, and Ray. You must know him.
Yes, good. Did you have to work on the farm, Gordon?
Oh, yes, worked on the farm. But if it worked out, any place it worked out, my father he never took the money from it. Whatever you earned, we had. We also had everyone in the family had the cow, and the offering from that cow when we sold it the money was given to us. Also sheep and lamb was sold, and if my father wanted to keep it, he gave us the money for like a calf and another cow, so that the cow wouldn't belong to us. Although I had a couple at the time I left.
Where'd you go to grade school?
Oh, it's the Hollow School.
At the present Hollow School?
No, while it was, there's a house built there now. That's the end of Bishop Brook, by John Owens there. Took me 10 years to go through. I was the nun.
10 years to go through 8 grades?
Yeah. The first grade I was, my mother had Jean Crick's wife. What's her name? I can't think of it. She was a bundle.
That was in the paper here.
For a maid, and she was going to school. And she said, well, you might as well go while she's going. So I went a year quicker than you would, I guess, ordinarily. And then when I got up into 6th grade, they brought in Glide, is that her name? Glide Forrestal, John Nolly's sister, for a teacher. She'd been living at Cleves and tutoring their kids. And then they decided to transport them to Bear Rock School, and they were out on Dunn Pond, and so she was the teacher. She used to have us sing the old Rugged Cross every morning. She couldn't carry a tune in a bushel basket. And I remember she made Leona Gray is now, Leona Haynes, over there, and we were the two in class together, had to do all the percentage because we said we didn't know how to do it. She didn't know how to do percentage. I knew how to do it because I can do it with small figures and do it then in the big ones, you know. And finally, she wanted to go to her uncle's funeral, and the superintendent came and taught school. And his last name was Adams. I don't know what his first name was. And when he used to come, and he'd have us go to boards, you know, and if you did something right, he'd pat you on the head, you know. And he got us up said, well, what are we supposed to do today? Well, I don't know. She's been having us read books. And he said, well, go to the board and do math. And I said, she's trying to have us do, but I couldn't understand it because it was wrong, do percentage wrong. I said, I know how to do it, but I can't do it her way. So that was just before school meeting. So I went to school meeting, and he got up in school meeting, and he said, we just found out that the teacher at the Hollow School isn't, suited to teach, or whatever you want to say. And what shall we do? And the father got up and he said, well, I can think of about three things. That you can pay her the rest of the salary and she can babysit the kids for the rest of the year, or you can take the rest of her salary, divide it up between the kids and send them all home. Or you can give her the money and send her home and the kids home and pay her the rest. Well, they ended up keeping it. And they never there was one person, and I don't know how she got to be promoted, but I guess catch up with her sister, and that's Mabel Owen, was Mabel Sanders, and her sister, Beulah, was a grade ahead of her. So that put her in the same grade that I was in Beulah's grade. And that's the reason that I took the second. It took 10 years to go to grammar school. I don't know if I was that dumb, but I thought
Did you come down to the academy for high school, Gordon?
Yeah, but I waited 3 years before I came down. So I was voting when I went to high school.
Now, why did you wait?
Boy, I didn't know they had high school, I guess. And the reason I started was my brother Ralph, when he came along, he started high school. And he'd start out in the morning and get back late at night. And, he was writing with somebody, Willard Knight, cousin of ours. And he'd say, after one day, I told my mother when I got up the next day, I said, put me up a lunch. I'm going to high school today, too. so that he'd have to help do the chore, you see, same as I did.
That was the reason.
And he quit in December, and I continued.
And you graduated from the academy.
I graduated from the academy. They told me after being out of school for 3 years that I wouldn't know enough to go to the academy. I never could get through. But I got through with valedictorian.
And who told you that, Gordon? That you would?
Why, some of the old fellows up there in town.
Didn't you drive, pick up all the girls all the way down from Lad Pond to Colebrook?
Oh, I went above Lad Pond.
Greenwood girls?
With that, yes, the first 2 years I drove a horse
To school?
to school.
From Bear Rock?
From Lad Pond, above Stewartstown Hollow. It's almost 7 miles, not quite.
What did you do with the horse while you were in school, Gordon?
I had hired a place up by Nelson Owen lived from Wayne Malaby's father. I can't think of his name.
Wayne Malaby's father.
I can't think of his name. And I remember driving down one day, and it was cold, and my nose was so long I could see it was froze. I'd drive along the side of the road, and the snowbank, pick up the snow and put down my nose. I had a kerosene lantern under the buffalo robe to help keep me warm. And when I got down there, I couldn't unharness the horse because the leather was froze, and I see it was cracking, so I left it on her. So she laid down that day and got it all dirty. And I have that phobia that you count everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to call it. I knew the number of the posts there was in every one of those guardrails all the way between town and home. And
Well, how long did that take you, Gordon? It must have taken a little while to ride that horse back and forth to school.
I didn't ride it, I drove it.
You drove it, so you had a buggy.
I had a buggy some of the time, a sleigh when you could.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my father, after I drove that 2 years, I took a 2-year-old colt out of the pasture. The only time I'd ever hitched her up to drive was I drove her with her mother beside of her, but I never drove her alone. She was mine. After 2 years, my father says, well, when I was a boy, or a young man, same as you are, you had a horse and a sleigh and a buggy. But I think you ought to go and buy you an automobile. And I remember the money I used was in the banking holidays. They gave us the bank could give you could get out of these two banks up here were in good shape. So they were opened right up after they closed them. And they gave us, you could get $100 out of each bank.
Of your own money.
Of your own money a month. And the town of Georgetown needed money. And it came to our family, and there was my father, my mother, and Ralph, and I, and my sister Lola. We didn't want to have the money in one place, and we had it divided, so we could each get $200 and loan them $1,000. But it was all in different names. We had all these little small notes, each one of us. And they voted to bond the town, and when they did, I got the money back and the $200 and $4 interest.
$4 interest.
My father said, well, you might have to give more than that, so you start out and go take my check too. So we got Ralph, my brother, has been working out. And he had a car because he didn't continue on with school. And we were haying, and it come up thunder shower. And I said, well, if you got time, take me. We'll go looking for a car. So he said he did. And so we went looking. We went right out of the hayfield. I don't imagine we even walked the face or anything. And we had britches with patch on patch on patch. And when we went down by Milton Adair's, we picked him up because I didn't have a license. I wanted somebody to drive the car home. Wilbur Hunt went with us because he was hard man and rain, so did everything else too. And he was like a brother and a son to my folks anyway. When he didn't have a job, he came in and stayed. We went down to Robert's Motor Sales, and I was thinking of getting a 34 Chevrolet. I thought that was about how much money we had.
And what year was this, Gordon?
Uh, let's see. I graduated in 39, and I drove a car the last 2 years.
So
So
be 37.
36, 37.
36, it'll be 36. And well, they looked at us, none of us looked presentable. And I found one. They said this is for sale. And of course, I didn't know enough then what the trouble was, but we went from there. We went over to St. John's and we went to, I think there was a place named Goss and different places, and found what I thought I wanted, the 34. And I'd go around and find somebody, and they said, this is for sale. Just look at you, all rags. And we went down on Route 5, and the Hudson Terraplane place there. It was on a Saturday, by the way, so the boss was gone. This was in the afternoon. There was just a secretary in the place and this young salesman. And we had a car there. And of course, I was like a kid wants a new present, I wanted that car. And found the 31 Chevrolet anyway. Took it out. It made an awful noise, the rear end. But held together till we got back. We went in and he said, well, I got to have $325. And he showed me why he'd given $325 towards another car that had been traded in. And I dickered him down to 150. And I said, well, you got to fill it up with gas. And he says, not at that price. You have to buy the gas. I said, well, if I'm going to have to pay for the gas, I'll get it dropped off. So he went in and asked the girl inside. She says, yeah, that'd be all right. So I wanted to bother him some. I like to bother people. So I said to my brother, go uptown and get 3, 4, or 5 gallon cans. Because I said, you can't buy gas that cheap over October. And we'll fill them up, take them home. But of course he didn't do that. He filled it up and I paid him. Oh, and then when he got all around, he said, I can't sell it to you. Because you're not 21. Of course, my brother's younger than I was. Milton's younger than that. And finally I says, well, Wilbur's over 21. Can he sign? And they said, yes. So he signed so I could buy the car. We got it home. I hadn't drove any, but I got it licensed. I went down to Fred School to get my license. And his wife was there, and she says, can you drive? And I said, well, I never had. And, well, but I expect everybody else has learned. I can. She says, when you get so you can drive, come back and give Fred a road test, Fred. And I never went back. But the first time I started out with that car, I went up to the Georgetown Hill and put it into reverse. Did a low gear. I was going fast enough to get up to high gear. Broken heads. I don't know how much of that foolishness you want.
Well, I've got it all.
What I mean is,
oh, yeah, well, that's good, Glenn. So,
if you were going to pick it out and throw that out, I would, if it's something you don't want.
No, it's interesting. It's good. But, so when did you get your driver's license?
Oh, I had my driving license before I ever drove.
Oh, you did?
I went down, she gave me the driving license.
Oh, she gave it to you?
Oh, yeah.
And then you were supposed to go back to your road test.
Right.
They don't do things quite that way today. Okay, I kind of missed.
Yeah. Well, now $3.90. I had the new axle and the labor and everything.
$3.90.
$3.90. I remember that plainly. And I was long I'm on the subject of the car, I was the business manager for the Clipper. And back then I took Well, I can't remember. Oh, George Kelson, Denise Brown, and Mary Flanders. They've got next time to us, and went getting ads. So I sat in the car and sent them in all stores, clear down to Littleton.
Clear down to Littleton.
And the night before I went, I put antifreeze in the car. Then before we got to Littleton, the thing was heating up, and I got out and filled the radiator with water. So we got to Littleton, and I thought, well, it's pretty cold. And this was in December or January, sometime in the winter. And, well, it'd be about December because I ran without antifreeze as long as I possibly could.
Yeah.
And I bought another batch of antifreeze, and wow, it was worse on the way home. Of course, I didn't know enough to continue on home. When I got up to the grocery, we went to the movies. Come out, and when I found the brook, I filled up the radiator again. I got up to North Stratford, was in there, and asked if I could have some water, and said sure. So I was lugging it out in the bucket. They have to put water in the radiator. Went back in, and the men all in there sitting around saying they used to text going on. They were visiting, and they said, I don't think you're going to get that filled. I was carrying, I thought, held it off a lot. I carried out a couple of buckets. They were running out the tail, exhaust pipe.
Running out.
I found out I had a dope head on it. They doped it, and this antifreeze worked on the dope. And the water just, some way, I don't know how, but it went out the tailpipe. So, some of this stuff you'll want to kick out, because I don't want to get people in trouble, although they did. But Mary Flanders, we called the milkman, was her uncle, Bill Parrish, and Uncle to Mary. And so she said, well, we'll call our Uncle Bill. Everybody in the Hall of School called him Uncle Bill because he used to take us on the picnics and everything with his truck that he carried the milk for the family. So called us Uncle Bill. He was drunk, couldn't go. But Eddie LaPlante was there, and Eddie was drunk, but he came down, hooked onto me, and we started up the hill out of North Stratford. The chain come on hook. Of course, he never knew he didn't have me. He kept right on and going. State cop came along and he said, you having trouble? And I said, the only trouble was I was being towed and the chain come on hook. And I said, if you go by a Model A Ford truck, clean truck, just stop the fellow and tell him that he hadn't cut me and send him back. You're on your way to Colbert. He did. He went by him, stopped him, sent him back.
Wonder you didn't give him a breathalyzer test.
I don't think they bothered. They didn't have such things, but they didn't bother with that so much. But, oh, yeah. That was the end of that episode. And that, imagine, getting that in shape, never bothered again. They had to put all new gaskets through that thing and everything, because I had them all burned out, running just water for oil. And $39, and I had going nice for me.
Then you had a good vehicle.
I had a good vehicle. I took passengers as long as I had the car to, and I was charging, or the deal was they would give me $1 a piece if they were below my turn, $1.25 a piece if they were above the turn per week. They ended up paying me if they went. If they didn't rise, they didn't pay me. They did. they went for one day, they paid me like 20 cents or 25. But at the at the end of December, even at that rate, I had the car paid for.
So he's always been a businessman.
And I had 13 riding with me. Of course, couldn't take them all. But you see, some of them were either pay down or were down, and I never had to make a second trip. You know, I always got them all in one trip. And getting back, he asked me, yes, I used to pick up the Greenwood girls, and when I was going with the horse and buggy, and a lot of time on the way home, I'd have them, and there'd be some of the Holding girls, and of course Teddy Greenwood, and I remember the Greenwood girls, they used to like to drive, and so I'd let them drive. And the horse I had was lazy as could be. And she also was out of the mare that kicked, and had to have kicking straps so that she wouldn't kick the place to pieces. And the dashboard out so on your own vehicle, on
On the
buggy or sleigh. But when the Greenwood girls, when they got hold of it, they wanted her to go along. They'd use the whip. And the girls would argue back and forth. One of them thought they didn't know how to use the whip, and the other did.
That old car you had, Gordon, did you take that to college with you? College?
Oh yeah, yeah. And the University of New Hampshire was blue and white was the colors, you know. So I thought, well, I'll paint that car, and I painted it with brush. And then I was going to stripe it white, you know. I didn't care what it looked like. And it looked good when I got the blue on. I never changed it. I had to send in and get the registration changed. I don't remember what the color was when I bought it. But that went on smooth and nice. And so I said, well, it looked too good after I got it painted. So I left it. The blue. It was the blue of the university. Yeah, and I used to have a crowd ride with me on that. I planned on having a full vehicle. I used to charge them $1 to ride from here to Durham or Durham back. But if they wanted to ride, uh, if somebody wanted to ride, if I didn't have a full load and wanted to ride up to Oxford, I still charged them $1.
If they just went part way with you. That must have been a long trip in that old car.
Well, it was about, with that registered from Alpha Gamma Rho fraternity to Edmund Orange's, where they lived, where the plumber is over that now. Is that where Jed Orange used to live?
Yes.
Yeah. 178 miles. You could drive it just fast you wanted to. You could go about 50. So, and I was a good driver because I stopped Edmund Orange the freshman year, the first semester, rode with me, and he had one of the keys to the car. In fact, he used it same as I did. We ran out of money, so we took what money we had. Why we took the pants up from the closet, fell on the closet floor, got all the change, and went down and bought a quart of oil first, because the car was using oil. It was spewing right out and run down the running board. And put the rest of the money in for gas, and we had to wait till we got home to have something to eat because we didn't have any more money. But we knew the fellow real well at the Shell station there. And he put the oil in, and the cap he put on the running board, and he put the bottle down, on the fender, and he put the bottle down on the running board, and we didn't have to stop because we didn't have any money to eat. And that bottle was still stood up on the running board when I got to Cobra. Judge came out and he said, "What's that bottle doing there?" And I looked out. I said, "Well, that's how you put the oil in." Now, if you knew that was on there, you could never dry that up and keep that on there. But,
That's as a boy.
well,
The mountains
That's before your son took over the state highway back.
well, it's true anyway. It was,
What's the major?
majored in general agriculture because I was going to teach. And I wanted to take engineer's math 5 and 6. Oh. If you didn't know anything, I guess you was in college of agriculture, so it said you got to take the general math, which we have in the college for the agriculture course. And I'd taken all the math I had in school up here, and geometry and the whole work. And I said, "Well, I don't want that." I said, "That's what you got to take. You're going to take that. You're going to be a teacher trainer." Well, it turned out the math was taught to me from the 7th and 8th grade by Cleora Stillings up in at grammar school.
That's what you had in college?
That's what I had in college. And it was general math for agriculture. It was for the agriculture students, like figuring the capacity of silos and how to measure wood and gallons of water in a watering tank and all that stuff, which she'd already taught us. I'd do my math while he was explaining it to those city people. I never had to do any math outside of the class. Now that was foolish to take it, you know. It was a waste of time, but they had to take it. And,
Did you finally take the advanced math, or did you? They wouldn't let you.
no, I never took it. Now I know when Greg and Nancy went, they can't keep you from taking any subject you want, regardless of what college you're in.
That's right.
But back then,
They didn't have electives probably. They probably had every course was just tunneled right in.
well, you had a few electives because the second semester of whenever I took physics, I flunked it. And when I was taking the test, they alternate all the physics kids in this auditorium. And there was advanced physics both sides of me, and they looked at my test and they said if we couldn't do that test if we had to do that test. And I didn't realize when I went back next year, of course, I had to take it over. So when I got up to my advisor, he said, "What do you got that on there for?" And I said, "Well, it's in the book. You have to take it over." He says, "They still got the same instructor. You don't take it over." Even Bob Clark flunked it, and he got from 90s to 100s all the time. You know, he said, "You've got other courses you want to take." So I got 3 courses in place of that one by changing the way the scheduling was. And so he was a research physicist. He was trying to teach, and he didn't know how to do it.
So where'd you go when you graduated from university? You teach Pinkerton Academy one time in Tallinn?
I was practice teaching at Pinkerton Academy. And I was taken out to go into service for that. Finally, when they caught up with me, the first time My mother sent the notice I was supposed to report. I never got the notice till after the time the report was. So I changed it to report from down at Exeter to that local board. And I went in from there. When I went over, I'd been 4F right along. And I would have been, I think, if I got over there, but they had the acting corporal, instead of taking us into where we were supposed to go, went on a slow milk train from Exeter to Manchester. They called it a milk train. I don't know why, but and the fellow said, "Well, I've been there before." The acting corporal, and he says, "You want to get out to eat? It's 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so we'll go and have dinner." It was just before noon, so we went and ate. And they finally caught up. They found out that the train had got there, and they hadn't seen us. When they got there, the doctors ran, and the first one, he had me open my mouth, and he said, "Well, you did have a good meal, didn't you?" And the way I figured it out, then, they give us heck, of course, said they're going to be like that. You do what you're supposed to, but we did what the acting corporal said. And I got to the two fellows. Well, he went through a room with the letters, A, B, C, and so on. You get through that, you knew enough. And when they got to the test by these two army men were, and they asked me the question. They said, "Does I had two curvatures of the spine." They said, "Do they bother you?" And I said, "I got the ass out pretty near." And they said, "Don't bother to answer because you're in the army anyway." So I kept my mouth shut. And then when I got around in the service, this is going to be all mixed up.
That's all right. We'll straighten it out.
When I got in the service, and I was put down to branch in material, and they wanted anybody that was in branch in material, they wanted to go as an officer candidate school.
What you were in? What, Gordon? Branch
in material.
in material.
And they took anybody in there, but they were all supposed to have an high IQ. And they picked out, they were chemists, they went chemical engineer, and they picked them out and give them lieutenants or whatever the was. But anybody that I hadn't been through, they took us, they kept going till they got clear to the general. Tried to, what's that word? Flatter us to get to go to officer candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to go to officer candidate school because I saw what some of the officers were that they were having, because we had these fellows that wanted to be officers, and they kept them as rom-coms to teach us, and they'd keep taking the exam and try to get 110, and if they hit the 110, then they'd go to be an officer. And I didn't want to, and so and I knew I wasn't too good physically, and it just happened. I got through basic training. I went on a 20-mile hike. I had field table, and I was on KP that day. So I got out of that. And
Beetle Vale.
and another time that they had something, they had somebody was interviewing us for Army Administration School. And I remember that one of my roommates that, he was afterwards, but he was in this branch in material. And when they found out they couldn't get us to go to Officer Candidate School, they sent us to Army Administration School. The one they sent us to was for classification of personnel technician in up in Washington, Jefferson College in Washington, Pennsylvania. So when we went to interview, and he was personnel technician at the Pentagon before he was drafted. And he was in with that interviewer for about, I would seem about 15, 20 minutes. He came out, he said, well, I'm going to make it. They're going to let me go to school. I went in, and he said, what were you doing when you came in? And I said, I was practice teaching at Pinkerton Academy. And he said, you want to go to Army Administration School? And I said, yeah. All right with me. He said, well, you're in then. So out I go. I remember this friend of mine, he said, you aren't going to make it to that because you weren't in there long enough to interview us. But I went, and it was, so when I got up there, we were the second class for that school. And they put our class in an auditorium or a gymnasium or some sort of big thing, and there wasn't room enough for 5 of us. So the upper part of the alphabet, and Miss Roberge was in the upper part along with me. We were in a dormitory up on the top floor, and I can't remember the 4th or 5th floor in the dormitory, but for stairs. They didn't have any elevator. And they had these, the class 1 filled all of the rooms, this dormitory, up to the top. So 5 of us went in there. We had a lieutenant that was looked after, well, I guess they call him platoon. They had about 3 platoons in our class. And he said, well, now I'm going to gig you fellas. He kept those fellas don't go in town. Somebody would do something, and they kept them up in that room. And he said, but it's going to be honest if I gig you. And we polished the floor when we left, hid the cloth where class 1 was, so the cloth wouldn't be on us. And each time, and had to go out to calisthenics in the morning. I probably didn't pronounce right, but and the lieutenant, well, there was 5 of us, so you went out 5 days. So one would go out and it would tell the other 4 are on cleanup duty, or 4 cleaning the road. All was having the bunk keys because we didn't dirty the road. And he was a real nice lieutenant. He'd have a sergeant give us kind of strenuous exercise, and then he'd say, all right, I'll take over. Finger exercise. And when we go out on, and we had to drill every afternoon after we had class. So we'd go out and drill, and he'd take us up out of sight of the captain, which had charge of all of them in that class. And he'd say, now if you do this good, we'll tell stories the rest of the time. So he'd give us this fancy matching, first squad to rear match, second squad to rear match, and so on, and get us back together. And then you'd be walking real careful when you'd see the captain coming up, we'd start doing this. So he never bothered that platoon. And on Saturdays they had to go on a march. And we were the last one. So they'd go out, and you'd see them way out on this other road, and we had some smart aleck that was an acting sergeant. I guess he was a sergeant, but acting sergeant also for the platoon, one of the squads or whatever. And he'd give us to the right march when we got to one of these side streets going out of town. The lieutenant never say a word. He'd go along with us and stop, and we'd tell stories till the other group came back. And then he would say, well, now when we going by the captain now, he said, I'm going to give you double time, and I want you to be a huffing and a puffing too. So we go by the captain, a huffing and a puffing, and we hadn't been anywhere. He said, what little mite you're doing? He said, wasn't out anything, so we might well do it. It was interesting to find out how the army was supposed to be run, because I got it all there. And it was interesting to find out how it was run when I got over North Africa.
So you were in North Africa.
I was in North Africa.
What did you do over there, Gordon?
Well, I'll have to. We were in Camp Harahan outside of New Orleans. I was put in the 7th Replacement Depot, and when I was put in, I guess what do they call that? The thing was built anyway.
The roster.
You know probably what it was. You were a lieutenant or whatever it was.
The unit was full?
Yeah, it was full. With any, except private.
Yeah.
I was a private PFC because I got that by Roosevelt when I went to the Army Administration School. They put you up a grade. And so I went to PFC. I never had any strikes. And the only way they could get away from you was General Court Martial. It was given by the Commander-in-Chief, Roosevelt. They'd have a buck sergeant from World War I was in that outfit. And every morning he'd go looking for somebody to go on details. They were making these crates and and putting all the stuff in that we needed for headquarters outfit. Typewriters and paper and all that junk. Pencils and whatever you got. Reporter change forms and so on. And I knew that if I had to lift those crates onto the truck and my back would give out, I just couldn't do it. And I didn't want to do that. So I went back to the captives, and they weren't too intelligent, I don't think. But they knew how to drive nails and cut off a board. They didn't have to be too fancy. And they wouldn't let me work there. So I get back to where the warrant officer is, and he was overseeing filling the crate. So I'd look and I'd say, well, that would fit in there in that crate. And he'd say, yeah, you got a good eye. So while I was doing that, what I did every time when I went down there was, and I went every day because I hated trying to skip detail. I wanted to keep busy. And, he'd say, just take the packing list. And have the fellows put them in there and keep the packing list. And then you tack it on the outside of the crate. And which I did. And when it got overseas, we had a whole shipload of soldiers that had lost their soldiers. Their soldiers' qualification cards didn't keep up with it. So I was put in personnel area along with a fellow that was a doctor. He was training to be a doctor. And he had two brothers over there that were already doctors. And one of them was a colonel and was running a hospital. And we interviewed the men, and the master sergeant in the personnel section. He said, now, tonight I want you to come back and I'm going to have you correct your papers. And he had this whole pile of these soldiers' qualification cards that wasn't made out right. So this fellow training to be a doctor anyway. And I looked through to see how many we had, and we didn't have any papers in there. We'd been to school for 6 weeks to learn how to do it, and apparently we knew how to do it because they wanted in the thing. So when they got around to go down, uh, he, after we got through supper, and he met us going to our tent, and he said, "Aren't you coming down? Correct the paper?" And we said, "No, we don't have any to correct. We're not going down." We didn't. Nobody said anything to us either. Well, uh, they kicked us out of there because we knew how to do it. They didn't. Because we'd been schooled and they hadn't. And they had everything was filled, all the sergeants and everything. And they didn't want us to move up in their position.
Right.
So they kicked us into supply. And we went in, down in supply and went in and had the master sergeant and the warrant officer there. And the staff sergeant sat back in the corner at the table, desk, and he says, "What's your rank?" And I said, "I'm a private." "Well," I said, "I guess I'm a PFC." He said, "Well, you're a PFC? Why are you striped?" I said, "I don't know. They never gave me one." And he said, "Well, you're over the private." Well, I never heard of that before, but he was lazy. And I guess I won't tell you his nationality because maybe I shouldn't. But anyway, the warrant officer and the staff the master sergeant didn't care for him too well. He'd sit there, and if he wanted a paper from over there, he'd holler to you if he was a mile away and come give it to him. So this warrant officer and master sergeant said, the warrant officer was really the one that did it. He'd say, after he leaves, if you all, the rest of you hang around after he leaves, and he was the staff sergeant, he says, "I want to see you." And he'd go on the ship and he'd give us a candy bar. And if it got down to where they were getting kind of low, he'd cut them in two, but he served them. And I went with him and that sergeant when they go to trade the boat when they come in. I don't know if they bought it or stole it or what. So that somebody wouldn't steal the Jeep while they was in there. And so I just going to Oran around, see the place. Just I never got out of the Jeep. I always sat in there and protected it. And this warrant officer was a commercial artist for Walt Disney. He and the master sergeant both. They tried to have them move up to lieutenant, and they didn't. They had a better job, lieutenant's job. And I remember he said, "Oh, down comes the what do they call them? The fellow that noses around with the shape tail, whatever it is.
The IG?
The fellow that was with the colonel tell you everything you wanted to do for the colonel. I don't know what he was. He came down and he said that we're getting ready to go on a convoy from Oran up to Brazil. He said, "You have 32 of those tents, not tents, 32 of those cots held out so that when we stop, the convoy stops, the officers can have a cot to sleep on that night." And the warrant officer said, "You take those boys," and they were fellows that tried to have on KP. They were double D boys, you know what I mean. He was in the army.
I know. It's a double V boy.
Well, they have classification in Roman numerals,
Right.
and you fall into one of those classes. But if you can't read and write,
I see.
then you put a square peg in a square hole and a round peg in a round hole and so on. And they give you a test if you can't write and read and so on. And if they get to be a B in that, we call them a double B boy in classification.
That means not too bright.
They weren't too bright.
Okay, gotcha.
And they were supposed to be doing, they wouldn't have had fatigues enough on them to try to clean up the kitchen stuff after it was outdoors, but the kettles and all that stuff. And they said, so they shipped them into supply. And I was over them because I was a PhD and they were private. And the warrant officer told me, he says, load every one of those pots in the bottom of that truck and pile the tents all top of it. We'll see who has cot sleep-ons when it comes to stuff. And I, of course, had to do what I was supposed to do. And I tried to get those fellows, I had a couple of them up in the truck and a couple of putting them on. I wasn't supposed to do it. But I never could do that way. I like to show them how. Well, I said, straighten them out. They'd have them dropped up. They'd have the truck loaded before it got started, They didn't. Finally, I said, you fellas put them on and I'll pile them. So I got in the truck and piled them. We put the tent top of them and did what they said. The officers were pretty mad when they stopped the first night. The medics were all right because they had stretchers in their ambulances and they slept on those. But the night before we went on convoy, I went to the latrine and going back to my tent, I stepped in a hole. The earth was all cracked open over there, dried up. And I thought I sprained my ankle, but I found out afterwards I broke one of the bones in my leg above my ankle. So I was pretty well bunged up the next morning when we started on that convoy, but I didn't say anything. I tumbled on, got on there. But I didn't eat or drink because I didn't have time when they stopped to get up and relieve myself. So I said, if I don't eat or drink, I won't have to do that. And we got up to 30. And I was put in the hospital when we got up there because it hurt me to walk. Awful, awful hurt. But that first night we stopped. The Catholic chaplain came along, and I was laying on the ground along with the rest, and I had that foot that was hurting so up between the two tires on one of the trucks to keep it elevated and didn't hurt so bad. And he came along, he says, the shape you're in, you should sleep on one of those
One of the cots?
stretchers. Well, one of those medics was pretty mad when he insisted, and I did that night. I slept on one of those with my foot up in there. And,
Did the medic
because it took it away from the medic. But the rest of the time I slept on the ground the same as the rest because he didn't come around to
protect you?
to do it. And then they got word through intelligence that they were going to blow up a hospital. So they said, everybody start for the airport down that street that are ambulatory. The rest are going to take in ambulances and whatever they had for vehicles. And I said, I can't walk. And they said, if you can either walk or stay here and get blown up, and we don't give a damn what you do.
Which one you do?
I started down the street, sitting on the ground, pushing myself along with a good leg. And I overtook a fellow that had elephantitis in one leg, and he was really pretty bad. You ever see one that was elephantitis? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah. And he said, well, our opposite leg, he says, we can walk together and help each other. So that's what we did.
How about that?
We went to the plane and were flown back to Algeria, and they did blow up the hospital that night. So they were right. And then this is nothing you want to put in that, but interesting. You don't have to have everything on. And then they, in the hospital, because I was ambulatory, I said, give me some crutches. They said, you're not eligible for crutches. Go to walk. And they made me, I worked 3 meals to serve for 600 men to go through for the three meals. And every once in a while, quite a ways from the mess place, so that while we were sleeping, I'd pass out. I would touch salt going over there. It was just, but I'd come to, go along, and I did it. Well, I figured he abused that, brought us in for an interview, and I figured he abused that fellow that had elephantitis, because he came out and he told me what he'd said, and I was like, I'll fix him when I get in there. And so he called me in and he said, and started interviewing me. He said, well, what were you doing before you came in the service? And I said, well, I was teaching. He said, how much were you getting paid? I said, I was doing it for nothing. He said, well, I don't understand that. What do you mean you were doing it for nothing? Well, I said, I was practice teaching under the Smith-Hughes Act. So he was asking me questions, didn't he? Asking me, what's the Smith-Hughes Act? I said, you don't know that? That's an act where that they help the schools in vocational agriculture they subsidize the high schools for the teachers in the program. And he said, and he found out that I went to he said, how come you're not well, at first, if he found out that I'd taken these psychology courses in college and was out practice teaching, he knew that you had to have them, you know. And he said, how come you wasn't an officer? Weren't you asked to be an officer? And I said, yeah, I had a chance, but I didn't want to be. He says, why not? I says, because I didn't want to be associated with the people they already had in as officers. He says, get out through the door. So I went out through the door. And I remember, this is going back again, when we were at this Army Administration School, we also had one of the instructors, one of the officers that was doing the teaching was from Wisconsin. And there's something about those Wisconsin fellows that go to the University of Wisconsin or whatever it is. Then, of course, we were making fun of him all the time, and we'd sing on Wisconsin to him. That's their school song, you know. That was in the school. And getting back to that, then they took me before the ZI board. And I come up before the colonel. And the colonel asked me the same questions that this psychiatrist had. And I didn't want to be, and I answered him the same way. So when he got up to where he said, why didn't you go to be an officer? And I told him the same answer. And they didn't fool around with me anymore. They said, okay, go along. So all the fellows that were in, they said, did they have you sign some papers? And I said, no. Oh, and every time they'd interview me like that, they'd say, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to go back to my outfit. And I guess they thought I was crazy because I wanted to go back. I don't know. Anyway, he said, he got me out of the way. And all these fellows that went in, they said, did you have to sign anything? And I said, no. What do you mean sign? And they said, well, we're being ZI. And the zone of interior at that time was back in the United States. And if you didn't have to sign anything to tell them that you wouldn't give away any secrets and so on, you're not going back there. So I said, good. And but I was ZI just the same. I never did sign anything that I wouldn't say anything till after the war was over.
So whatever happened with your broken leg, they made you walk on?
Well, when I got so I could walk, they put me. I went into Halloween General Hospital, which I guess was a kids' hospital before it was the Army took it over, and quite often Staten Island or someplace. Then they sent me to Rhodes General Hospital in Utica, New York. And when I got so I could walk, they discharged me. And they sent me, they said, you got to go to Exeter and report. And I said, no, I got to go to Lancaster and report. They said, you go to Exeter. Well, that's as far as they paid for me to get out of the Army. They didn't pay for me to go home. They paid go to Exeter. I got over to Exeter and they said, what are you here for? I said, they told me I had to come here. They said, you're supposed to go to Colebrook. I said, I knew that, but I couldn't make them understand it. And
So then what'd you do after you get out of the service?
well, before I went on that convoy, what time I was in Oran, I was over this whole bunch of lieutenants. And I was MP on the boat and was over them. And it used to, this is just something interesting you want while I'm putting the thing. And of course, being an MP, I could go over the boat any place I wanted to, you know. And used to go up on deck, and we had been told there was a hospital unit on there with some nice looking nurses, and they had about 100 or so of those second lieutenants just out of officers candidate school, and they said you keep those lieutenants away from those nurses, and if they were looking over the rail, you know, and they were pretty close, I'd go up, tap them on the shoulder, and they'd say, you know, you're not supposed to get too close here, and go along just to bother them. After I got out of school,
After you get out of the service?
after I got out of service,
You went back
I went back and took my last semester of school
to university?
at the university. And the agriculture, they didn't have any agriculture courses going. There was nobody there to take them, you know. So Professor Hepler called up, and he said, you want to take beekeeping? He said, if you'll take it, I'll teach it. He said, I got 7 girls that want to take it. One of them was Admiral King's daughter. So I said, yes, I'm trying to fill my schedule, fill it with anything I can get. So it run along, he said, and I got this letter in the mail, and he said, I'm not going to be there today for beekeeping lab, so you'll be the teacher. And he told me what to do. He said, you have each one of those girls open up a hive and find the queen for you, queen bee. So I go up, and I never can keep, I laugh if I'm, whether I'm winning or losing, I can't keep a poker face. So as I went up into the hall, here this whole bunch of girls were coming out, and they said, we're not having class today. Mr. Hepper is gone. I said, I've got news for you. We're having class today, and I'm doing the teaching. And of course, I was laughing. I couldn't help it, smiling, They said, we don't believe you. And they walked right along. And they went back to the dorm. My sister was in the same dorm where most of them were. And they saw her, and they said, what do you suppose your brother tried to tell us? Tried to tell us that he was supposed to teach school today, teach our class. And she said, he showed me a letter. I ate with him today down in the commons, the cafeteria, and he showed me a letter he was supposed to. Well, they were scared. They didn't know what was going to happen. But of course, the next class, when they went in, of course, Hepburn never said anything to him except he laughed. I was the one that got it. He laughed at me. He said, well, you're taking teacher training in the first class you ever had walked out on. He said, I think that's pretty good.
I think you were lucky that you didn't look the queen bee. You was a girl.
Well, there was just one hive that you kept away from. He had one ugly hive. The bees all belonged to him. And we go over to his house for one lab and extracted the honey and went over and made bees butter, whatever. And bees honey butter and whatever. And
beeswax.
Yeah, all those different things, And then they wanted me to, I had to go out practice teaching. And I always figure out some way to get what I want. So Mr. Earl Little, which was from New Hampshire, born and brought up in Stewartstown anyway, he was the teacher that taught us how to teach agriculture. He'd come over from Concord to Durham, and we'd have the classes with him. So when he got around to go out practice teaching, of course most everybody that was taking that wanted to go to Pinkerton Academy because that was the best department they had, the agriculture in the state. And including me, I wanted to go to Pinkerton Academy, where Al Connors was. And so he went around the class and he asked them why they wanted to go. There was one wanted to go to Farmington, and the rest all wanted to go to Pinkerton. And he got to me and said, why you want to go to Gordon? I said, any place you want to send me, I don't care. And I figured he was from Stewartstown and I was. And I hadn't asked for Pinkerton, I'd be the one to get it. And I did.
And you did.
Yeah.
You were lucky.
And then when I got over there, Al Connor was the same as he was. And we were going to the university. I was going. Pinkerton Academy was unbeaten that year, and so was the University of New Hampshire. They were having homecoming at the university, and I wanted to go, but we had to teachers meeting the night before at Pinkerton Academy, and the headmaster said, I expect every one of you teachers to be at that game in Concord tomorrow. And I want to see you there. And so when Al Connor and I came out, I said, gee, I wanted to go over to the university. And he says, go to the university. Don't pay any attention to what Mr. Hackler said. But he said, when you see me there, don't recognize me. You don't see me there. And he goes over and gets a county agent for over in Exeter, so that county anyway. I guess they went to school together. And I saw him 2-3 times that day, but I never spoke to him. I turned my back to him. Of course, I never heard anything about it. But he was strict. He gave us heck for playing touch football on Sunday afternoon after we'd had lunch. We was out playing. And he came by and saw us. He gave other teachers, playing. He said, if you're going to play that, you get out of sight. You don't stay out there where people can see you. Teachers playing touch football Sunday afternoon is not.
Times have changed, haven't they?
Huh?
Times have changed.
And he said, I said something. I said, my father would like to go to Rockingham Park. He never has been there to see the horse racing. I never have been either, but well, he said, have your father come down, and if Mr. Little comes down that day, he says, I'll tell him that you've taken your father out to buy some purebred cattle. So, and he was saying, he says, now, he'd be in teachers' meeting, and Little, and he had it planned up, and they was going to a hockey game or something in Boston. Little would come down, and he'd say, I've got to have Al Connor take him right out of the teachers' meeting. Away you go with it. Now what do you want to know?
Well, after that, where did you go to teach?
Oh. Well, they tried to get me to teach in Arizona. And I found out it was the place where they wanted me to teach was something like North Africa. And every night, every day I'd roast to death over there in North Africa. And every night my legs would be froze clear up between my knees and my hip. Cold as could be. So I said, if that's the place, if that's what it's like, I don't want to go there, and I didn't. I ended up teaching at Coburg Academy.
Coburg Academy.
For 2 years.
That was your first teaching job.
Yeah. First year I got $150 a month. Second year they gave me a raise. I got $50 more for the year. So you'd have to divide that 50 into
About
50 weeks. I got another dollar. What? Got another dollar a week. Got 151 approximately. And I thought I was making money hand over fist, but I was living at home to help my father do chores and also to hay and so on. That was in the contract that I had to teach 12 months a year, but it was in the contract that I could help my father hay, and I'd go out to see the boys for the home practice program on rainy days and so on, and if I put in so many days a month, it would be okay, which I did. And then I quit teaching. And Earl Little called me up and he said, we need a teacher bad down in Orford and we want you to come down. And I said, I'm not interested in teaching. And he says, well, come down. And finally talked me into it, so I went down. And that was the practice school for Plymouth normal school. Back then it was called. It's called Plymouth State now. And they exchanged the boys and girls. They had four groups that came over and taught under a headmistress, and I can't remember her name, that all she was interested in was having a tea for the school board. And she wanted me to go, and I went to one, and I decided I didn't want to hold a cup of tea on my knee and eat a eat a cookie that made a noise, and not supposed to make a noise when you chew, so I didn't go to any more of them. And she says now she'd have teachers meeting real often because of these new teachers, you know. And she said to me, well, now, wasn't Frank a nice boy when he what it was to begin with? He was in my ag class, and he was a freshman, and he said, I forgot my ink. I wanted to go back to my room and get the ink. And I had 2 bottles of ink, 2 different kinds. And I said, have whichever one you want. And he says, that isn't my kind of ink. I want my kind of ink. So he goes up and tells the headmistress. I said, you're not going. He says, I want a pass to go to see the headmistress. I said, okay. So I gave him a pass. And he went up and saw her, and she says, oh, and he says, I want to have my ink of the same color. I want my notebook to look neat. This is what the headmistress told me. He said, I don't know. And she told me that, and she says that he should have come up. Don't you think so? I said, no. I had the exact same bottle of ink, the same name, the same color that he came back with. And I offered it to him. And she gave heck to one of the girls because one of them sat beside of me, and she went kind of like, or something like that, you know. And she knew the whole story. So she says, if you have any trouble with any of those boys, she says, you let me know. So I thought I'd try one day. 2 stories. And I was down in the bottom of them. And when they'd have recess, there were 2 doors going out, and they would do it on purpose, and they'd fix it, and when it was cold, and they'd fix it so the door was supposed to shut first, they'd have it come shut last. So when they had a teacher meeting, I just told her that. She said, well, what boy was it? I told her. She said, well, I'll see him. And so then they had a teacher's meeting. She said, he didn't hear you. That's the reason he didn't come back when you told him to come back and shut the doors properly. And I said, he heard me all right. And I said, the next time, I said that all those boys go out through there, they'll close the door properly because there's a baseball bat down there. And if I get the pile big enough, will be one of them will have to stop to close the door. She didn't think much of that. She said, well, I'm going to call up the school board. And I said, when you get through talking with them, I want to talk too. And she rang the thing and then put it back on the hook, you know. She didn't dare to call it. And one of the girls was teaching them for a play. What do you call it? Director for play. Yeah. And she said, would you take my study hall? I said, send them down. I have only 2 boys in that class, and yes, I'll take it. So that she could have her room for this practice for the play. And they came down, and every single one, they were all, the whole bunch were all boys, one girl in the bunch. It happened to be my freshman ag class. She wanted me to have for study hall. They all had these 10-cent funny books, and they all started reading funny books. And I don't know, comics or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. And I said, well, you boys got your algebra done. You got whatever courses, I knew what they were taking, or thought I did. They said, oh yes. Yep. Well, I said, seeing how you're in agriculture, and you've got all those done, then instead of reading the comic book, you read some of those ag magazines. And anyone that doesn't, and there's some of them that have not got these other studies done, so they're not going to be able to read the magazine. So everyone that doesn't do the studying will give me a report tomorrow morning, some article out of one of those ag magazines, or you'll get 0 for the day. And they all went to doing algebra and English or whatever they had,
Nothing to do.
except one boy. And he didn't. And he didn't read the ag magazines either. So I was taking a bath that night, and down comes this boy's father. And so when I got out of the tub and got wiped up and dressed, and I went down, and he was mad as could be. He says, what's this you're going to give my boy a 0? I said, I didn't tell him I'd give him a 0. I said I would give him a 0 if he didn't give a talk on some article out of an ag magazine. If he didn't do his other work. And he said, is it all right? He kind of calmed down. He says, is it all right if he gives a report out of a magazine, an ag magazine I have? I says, yeah, as long as he gives me a report tomorrow morning, he won't get a 0. And afterwards, when I got to breeding cows, and I was real friendly with Ted Heath, was a technician down there. He said, that boy got one heck of a licking when his father got home, I know. And he says his father never went to school, and that's why he wanted the boy to learn. And that's why he came down to see you, because he didn't want him to get 0s. And, well, that's the end of that, I guess.
Yeah.
So when it come Christmas vacation, I went right over to Plymouth Teachers College on the way home. And I saw Mr. Jones, and he was the one I'd had psychology and so on in college with at the university, and he was up there, the head of Plymouth Teachers College, normal school, whatever you call it back then. And I said, I resign from teaching over there. I don't want anything more to do with it. It bothered me so because the way she was running it, and the kids these practice teachers, they weren't using them right, and so on, that I couldn't eat, I was losing weight. It really did. It bothered me. And he said, come in, I want to talk with you, Gordon. So I went in. He says, "What's the matter?" And I told him. He says, "I mistrusted that." And he said, "If it wasn't you, I wouldn't show this to you, but I know you, and I'm going to show it to you." So he pulled out a letter that the school board had written and signed. Get whoever, I can't remember her name, get her back here. She's a wonderful headmistress, doing a wonderful job. And I said, "Yeah, she had all those tea parties for the school board every once a week, or I can't remember how often." And I said I was invited, but I went once, and that was enough for me. And he says that I mistrusted this. Will you stay until I can find somebody to take your place? And I said, yes, if it doesn't take you too long. And the first day when I got back there, he was over there after Christmas vacation. He was right there at the school. And he had a fellow by the name of Bragg. I can't remember his first name. Probably he never knew it. I don't know. And he said, would you stay a while and see if you can teach? We're going to have Mr. Bragner for the headmaster over here. And we've taken the headmistress back to Plymouth, and we'll do something with her there. And he was the one that was looking after all of these that were teaching out in the different places anyway.
Supervising.
Yeah. And the first thing he had was all up in the assembly, and he went in and told the unique situation the way it was, and that I was the only teacher and the rest were practice teachers. You've got something that no other school in the state has got. It's unique. We want to give these teachers a chance, these teachers coming up a chance. And he went through all that rigmarole for half an hour. And he said, there'll be no more running back to classrooms. You take the stuff that you need when you go from one to the other. You don't go back to your homeroom. And he went through this whole thing was the way I thought a school should be run. And he said, and if I catch anybody doing wrong, I'm going to patrol the hall. And when I come into the room, you want to leave it before I get a hold of it, or I'll help you out. And he never said a thing to anybody for a week. The next Monday, he called everybody again. And he said, is there anybody that didn't understand what I said last Monday? He said, I meant what I said. Well, those practice teachers, were having a chance to teach. And I don't think they had too many comic books in the study halls or anything either. But you see, the headmistress would let them do it, and the practice teachers couldn't do anything about it. Oh, if they've got the work done, yeah, they can read the funny book. And so I taught out the year. But I couldn't make a living there teaching. $187 a month I got down there. And the first place why we had to for board cost us $28 a week for my wife and I for just the room. They'd let us make toast in their kitchen for breakfast, and I ate, and my wife would make sandwiches for her for dinner or lunch, I guess is the proper name. And then and I'd eat whatever they had at the school for hot lunch. And then we had to go out to eat. Well, we was eating at the Valley Diner, and they went on vacation for 2 months, so I had to go up to Bradford to eat. And my stomach wouldn't stand the cheap meals, so I had to buy the high price ones. So I borrowed money from my father and finished out the year. He came home and cut some pulp to pay him back. That was the end of my teaching.
So we wonder why we don't have school teachers. So Gordon, somewhere in there between all of this, we missed your getting married. When did you get married?
Oh, I got married after I finished teaching here, before I went down to Orford.
Seems like there was some little story you told me about that. I can't remember exactly what it was. How that came about.
How what?
Your first date came about with your wife or something. Isn't there some little story you told me?
Well, my wife and my sister were in the same class.
Were you teaching at the time that your wife was in school, or when you met her?
No.
You were out of school then.
They were freshmen when I was a sophomore, but I never knew Helen when I was a senior. Senior was above freshman, I guess.
Quite a bit.
Well, I never happened to. Of course, I lived out of town, and so on, because I remember my sister rode back and forth with me. I don't know, but the last year that I was teaching, because I knew her through my sister, I remember the first time that I ever went to, I think it's the first time, but I don't know. No, the first time that I saw that Helen, they were having a banquet. They wouldn't let them go on a class trip, so they spent some of the money, and then they divided the money up that they had in their class and bought war bonds with it. And they were having the banquet at Legion Restaurant, as I remember it, and Howard Raymond was going with my sister, and so I knew him a little, and he said, while they're having the banquet, let's go home pouting. I said, okay. I've never been home pouting. What do you want? And he said, well, your father's got 2 lanterns up there, kerosene lanterns. We'll hang them over the side of the back pond, and we'll go home pouting. I said, okay. So we dug some worms and took the lanterns up. One of them fell into the pond first thing, so we had 1 lantern left. I had a flashlight. We went catching hornfelt, and I said, well, I guess I'm caught on a log. He said, this is kind of funny the way it came out, and he said, no, I said, gosh, I guess I'm loose, but when I got pulled in, I didn't have a hook. So I put on another hook, and we fished along, and finally we had a pail full of hornfelt, almost, and he says, well, I guess we've got enough. Take us all night to dress them. And I says, I want to catch one more, just one more. And I caught another one, and that son of a gun was that long, And we put him on top of the pail, and we went home, dressed them in the sink at my folks. I remember that. And when we dressed this big hornfelt, I got my hook back that I lost earlier.
Same one. Yep.
Same hook. So I said, you see why I didn't want to lose that hook. That's why I wanted to catch another hornfelt. And so when I got to teaching, I didn't see her, I don't think.
She must have been out of school when you were teaching. Because I was
Yeah, I
was
guess so.
I was a sophomore when you came to Colebrook. I think I was a sophomore. And Helen would have
When I was going out to
graduated.
Earl to see Bean to buy the lot above where Roger McAllister lived up there. It was my grandfather's place, Grandfather Knight's place. And so he cut it over and I knew it was for sale. And I saw Claude Linnell, that's who I saw when I got out there. But when on the way and I went by there and I said, well, I'll stop in and see if Helen wants to ride with me. And so I stopped and she was having a nap and your mother came to the door and I said, well, don't wake her up. And that's the first I knew that she had anything for me. She says, she's going to be mad as heck if I don't wake her up. Yeah. And so I said, okay. And she woke her up and she rode out with me. And we never did much courting, but when she was going to medical secretary at Laconia Hospital, I don't know if she asked me or I asked her, but anyway, we decided we get married. And I said, you got any money? And she says, no. Well, I said, good. I got some. I've taught for 2 years and I never spent any of it. That's up there. I had 2 times $1,800.
Never spent any of it.
Well, I was supposed to spend a little,
Not much,
but not much. I says, let's go on a trip around the United States. And I said, we'll spend it and then we'll start out together. I'll have nothing and you'll have nothing. And so we asked my sister and her husband to go with us, and we did. We went on a trip and spent our money. We hit 32 of the 48 states during the summer. And we had stayed there, but my sister had a job teaching home economics she had taught in Littleton, and she had a job to teach in Newmarket because Howard wasn't out of school yet, her husband. So she got a job down there, which was like close to Durham, of course. And when we got out there, you could get $20 a day for running a tractor, harvesting wheat or whatever it was. And I wanted to take the job, but Howard had to get back because Louisa had to get back. Well, he had to get back to go to school, and she had to get back. So I just stayed there and run the tractor till the harvesting was done at $20 a day back then.
What state was this?
Gee, I wouldn't know now.
Out west somewhere.
It's probably in our book because we got a whole one of those stenographer books that while we rode up the trip as we went along. And on that trip, I had an old 31 Chevrolet, and I keep trading radiators because they'd keep leaking. And it was the mechanic's fault. I didn't know it till I got back. And a new Plymouth came into town. This was in wartime. And Joe Nugent was kind of taking over Brackett Motors, her father's business. And the Plymouth came in, and I said, can I have that Plymouth? We're going on a trip across the United States. I just got married, and I want a new car. I had my name in every place that I could find. And so she said, yes, you can. In the meantime, Nuge came back, and he said, you're not going to let him have that car. And I didn't get it. So we started out with this old rattle trap of a 37 Chevrolet, and the radiator leaked. We we 2 gallons was the most gas I guess we got at a fill. We'd say, fill her up. And of course we'd fill up the radiator with water. You know, cars that you have now wouldn't do that, but that thing was on red practically all the trip, over and back.
That's the same Chevy that you bought earlier. It was a 31, right?
No, this was 37.
This is a 37. Okay.
The 31, if I'd known what the trouble was, now I know what the trouble was. I found that out from Herb Forrest later. One of his trucks did the same thing. The tube from where the valves are, overhead valves, had got plugged and didn't let the gas, let the oil back from the tappets back into the oil tank so it could be circulating. So that would get in there and it would get so much it would come out and it would fly out both sides of those old type had those hood things that come up by the running boards, you know. And so I had bought this 37. And the trouble was, why the leak, every time I had 2 or 3 radiators, and I was trading them all the time. They would shove the shell back. Well, when we had to buy water, some places they charged. I didn't put any water in. I said I wasn't going to buy water. I didn't have to in New England. I wasn't going to do it in the West. But we ran out of. I ran out of brakes. Let's see. The first time, well, I don't know how we went, but anyway, one time I was on top of Big Horn Mountain. We wanted to get into Graybull for a room. We didn't have any reservations. We didn't make reservations. We stopped early. And I drove off from Big Horn Mountain without any brakes. I double clutched that old thing into low gear when I see a turn coming up. And the minute I get around the turn, I never bothered with second. I pulled it back into high and away we went. And when I'd come to another one, we got down, we got the last room in Graybull, I guess, to stay that night. And next morning, we went wherever we went. And I don't remember where it was, but I couldn't get high gear. Well, I saw a truck, not a truck, it was a truck, but it was a wrecker pulling the truck, pulling a car, and it had Chevrolet written on the side of it, some Chevrolet place, so I followed it. I had to go in second gear, and we got into this little town, someplace out in the west, California, I guess, and I said, could you fix transmission? He said, not tonight. And he said, I've worked on a 37 Chevrolet transmission the last 2 nights till midnight, and I'm not about to tonight. I said, I don't blame you. Can we sleep there? And he said, no, if you sleep there and they find you, they'll shoot you. No place to stay. And so I really didn't know what I was going to do. And just about then, there was a restaurant across the street. There was a restaurant. We went across and got something to eat. When he came back, he said, you know anything about mechanics? And we said, oh yeah, we're good mechanics. Why? He said, if you can take that transmission out while I'm doing this job, I will work on your transmission, because I just got a call from my wife. She's going after my daughter, and it'll be 1 o'clock before she gets home, and I know I won't go to bed, so I might as well help you fellows out. So we took the 2 cushions out of the car, put them in the back of the garage, and Howard and I had a set of tools in my car anyway, and we tore out the transmission. He took the cap off, and then let him take the insides out. There's a thing in there just about the size of this part of that glass. And what held that thing in gear is a nut just about that wide, screws onto this thing in an old 37 because I saw it, and I had used that so coming off a big horn now that I stripped the threads. He got around to put the thing together, and he said, I can't put it together. I lack one set of bearings, one bearing. He said, there's one of the bearings gone out of that race. He said, if we had all the bearings, we can put it in without the race, but we got to have them all. And Howard and I went looking. We finally found it in the bottom of the case of the transmission, gave it to him. He says, no problem. He put it together, and we were all set.
So then what you do? After that, you come home from...
Yeah, we
took a year off for your honeymoon, and then you...
We didn't take a year, we just took a summer.
Just the summer.
We ran out of break. I ran out of break in Seattle, Washington. I stopped at one stop sign, and I get to the next stop sign, and I pushed that pedal, and it went to the floor, kerplunk. And there was this big cement thing of the police out in the middle of the street. There's a 4 or 6 lane highway, and it's tipped up like this. You're going downhill across the highway. And I happened to be driving, so Helen and I were in the front seat, and Howard and Melinda were in the back seat. And I said, hang to your hat, because I'm going to wreck this in that cement rig in the center of the street, because red light, I didn't have it. I mean, I didn't have a green light. And just about then, I saw the traffic opened right up, and here was this clear sailing. So I steered away from that and let it drive right down across the thing. And I was trembling just like a leaf. I tried to double clutch it into the thing, and the steering lever, shifting lever knob came off and went right through between the two in the back seat. I stopped that thing completely and then started up again before I got too nerved up, and went along, pussyfooted along, you know. Got to a garage and went in, and I said I lost my brakes, and they looked and they said the trouble is the brake light switch is connected to the master cylinder. If I put the brake fluid in, and it was leaking out by that. And they said, we don't have a new one. We don't have one. Well, I said, can't you plug it with something? They said, they don't know anything you can plug it with.
Keep right on going, Gordon. Now just get...
And I said, maybe a grease fitting would fit that. And it did. Stopped the leak, they filled it up with brake fluid, and went along.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Then we had a broken rear spring down in someplace in the south. We went in and had the spring replaced. And when I went out of the garage, and there was caught an incline up off the street into the garage, I lost the brake. The brakes were gone again. And I said, well, I know what happened to them. They did something to the brake line when they were putting the spring on. So I went back and told them that. And they said, we didn't. No way we could have done that. Well, I said, I don't know how else it's done. I'd brake when I come in. And they said, we haven't got time. Well, to look at it. I said, you've got to take time. I got to get going. And finally talked them into it. They said, well, maybe we were to blame. They wasn't. Just the line was rusted out and they put in a new line, that's all. So we were on the way again. The highest price overnight place we stayed was $2.25 a piece, and the highest price feed we had was $2.25 on that, and it was a feed. Out there in the West, of course, food was cheap, but back then food was cheap anyway. I couldn't buy any tires on the left, so we never should have started with the tires I had. We stopped someplace, bought two recap tires, and they didn't last us 1,000 miles. We got out in Glacier Park or someplace around there and went into Canada and bought a truck tire that would fit the car with those ribs like a tractor tire, really. But that's all we could get. And I got out into Spokane, Washington, and we had a decent casing, but it was going to be worn through. And we found OK Rubber Welding, they called it, and we got that tire recapped. So we stayed there and waited for them, and we knew when they were going to be done and have it ready. And so we had dinner, but it was a little early, so we had breakfast. But out there it was steak and eggs and so on, so it was a good breakfast. I mean, a good dinner for breakfast.
Yeah.
And we got talking with the girl, the waitress, and she said they were going around the United States, and they'd been going for a year and a half, and they stopped and worked at a place to get used to the different sections. And her husband was thinning apricots while she was working in the restaurant. And we got to California, and we had 4 tires then, no spare. So I said to while we stopped there was a brand new motel, and I went in to pay with a cashier's check, a traveler's check, and he didn't have money enough to cash it. And I said, do you know where I can get a tire? I'm from New Hampshire, and I want to get back there. And he said, well, I got a friend that's a Firestone dealer. I'll call him up. So we called him up, and he said, yeah, he's got some recaps. And I said, tell him I don't want any recaps. I had 2, and they didn't go 1,000 miles. If I get a new one, I'll go on the rim. And so he told him that. He says, send him over. And he says, oh, and he's already signed the check. You cash his check for the tire, and then he can pay me for the room. So I went over. He wouldn't let Howard and I go when he was gone 5 or 10 minutes, and he came back with a brand new tire, the way they used to have them wrapped with the paper around it, you know.
Yeah.
Firestone tire. And he charged just the regular price, $25. And we put the tire in the car and went along. So I got back and I paid that fellow, and I said, I'd like to know how you completed. We were there, and they just completed it. They just opened up this new motel in 1946. He said, I was a civilian employee for the Army, building barracks and so on. So I suppose he stole that motel from the Army, for all I know. But he had one. It was a nice one. That's the highest price place we paid.
$2 a quarter
Per person.
per person.
78 cents a piece it cost us in Yellowstone Park.
Memory.
some different than the price you paid down to the Marriott down in Boston when you went down to the bankers.
I don't know what they paid because I didn't have to pay it.
That's why I went. So when you got back, Gordon, then what did you settle into?
Oh, when I got back from that, when I went teaching in Orford.
You know,
When you get done in office,
When I got done in Orford, I was cutting pulp to pay back my father.
and did you stay?
And we were peeling it. And back then they peeled it, you know, some.
Did you live at the farm with your father? Or?
Yeah, we did
You doing?
for a little while. And then Chet Noyes came along and he said, you're going to breed cows. And they said they're losing the technician. They weren't losing him. They fired him because he was drunk all the time. And he was a heck of a good fellow. Wilfred Frizzell. and they did. They fired him. Some of the farmers complained because he was drinking while they were on the job, I guess. And he finally talked me into it. I didn't want it. And I went, they took me down to headquarters and tried to teach me how to do it. And I tried it left-handed and right-handed, and you know the procedure.
No, I don't.
Well, what that means then, the right-handed, the left-handed, to inseminate a cow, you go in through the rectum.
That I would suspect.
And you can feel the reproduction of it. And you insert a catheter into the cervix and deposit the semen. That's the. So I was trying. I had on a rubber glove, of course, and I said, maybe I can do it better with the other one. I guess I started out with my right hand. And so washed the glove up in good shape, turned it wrong side out, and I started in. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it at all. And they wanted somebody so bad, they sent the field man up, and they said, see what you can do. Oh, I came to Thanksgiving time, and I said, well, I'm going home Thanksgiving, and I don't want this job anyway. So I'm sorry I bothered you for a couple of days. And of course, I had filled them up with all the stories I could think of. I told them about that I lived in I didn't live there then, but I told them about the fellow carrying the horse up the light pole, you know.
All blanche.
And then I happened to buy the place while you did the practicing, so the pole is still in my dooryard. But anyway, they got a kick out of all of my stories, but I didn't learn much about breeding cows. I came home and told them I didn't want to. And they sent the field man up, Bob Hall, and he said, oh, yeah, I know. He says, you go out with me and you can do it. And so he went out with me. I said, well, I don't have an automobile that's fit to go. It's all 37 Chevrolet. And I said, I've been trying to buy a new car and nobody will sell it to me. Cummins got some there, but he won't sell them to me. Says, you don't need it. You got a car. That's enough. And he said, well, I'll go and see Mr. Cummins. I said, won't do any good. He told me he couldn't get it. He come back and he said, well, Mr. Cummins said that you could have your pick. Go right in, pick the car. So he talked me into it, and he went with me for a couple of weeks. And I finally got told that I guess I could do the job because I finally did do it. And
Left-handed or right-handed?
I did, well, I used the left hand to go into the cow.
I did that for quite a few years, didn't you, Gordon?
32.
Tell us.
Little. I they told me when I started in on the job, the first thing, the manager came up, and the president, I guess, of New Hampshire Breeding Association, they were staying in the hotel at Coburg House, and they told Bob Hall to bring me down because they wanted me to sign a contract. So I went into the hotel, and they said, what we've been telling you, what we told you down at headquarters is in the contract, and all you got to do is sign right there. And I said, I went in the service, and I knew I was signing my life away, and every time they put a paper up to me, I signed it, and I never read it. But I said, I got through, I'm out of the service. If you want to wait, I'll read it. If you don't, I don't care if I have the job anyway, I just as soon not. You can leave. And they said they'd wait, so they sat there, and I read it. And I got down into a place here, and I said, they didn't tell me that. It says there that we will pay for all the supplies, like paper towels and disinfectant and lubricant and all that stuff. And I said, it doesn't actually say it, but it insinuates if you haven't got a refrigerator, we'll buy a refrigerator because you had to back liquid semen, you had to keep it refrigerated. And so I signed it, never said a word. But when I got out with Bob Hall, and I said, I'll tell you one thing right now. If they don't live up to the contract, I'm quitting as soon as I started. And I told him what was in there. And I don't remember if he knew or what. And he said, well, he says, I've got the... he says, I don't blame you. If that's in there, he says, all the rest of them, because he was around and knew all these other technicians, they don't even realize that. They're satisfied, they're paying for the supplies and so on. He says, and that isn't fair. So he goes back and he sees Mr. Amadon, the manager, and he said, he read the contract, and he says he's going to get paid for his supplies or he isn't going to work. So he told Bob Hall, he said, don't tell the rest of them, but we'll pay him. Bob Hall was, well, they were Mormons, is it?
Maybe. They do have some Mormons in Littleton.
Yeah, well, he was from Canaan, and his wife was from Pennsylvania. And he says, I'm not going to be field man and using one man one way and another another. So he told Amadon right then, he says, I'll get through, I'm not going to do that. And so they told me, they guaranteed me $50 a week. That was, and I had to furnish my automobile. But I wasn't going to furnish supplies. They guaranteed me $50 a week until I got the thing going. And they said, but you've got to make a report every week of all the farmers that you saw. They said saw, so I'm like, Clinton was, you know. Mm-hmm. And so if I had to go up to West Georgetown for a service, I went up on one side of the river and down on the other. And so if I saw somebody out in the hayfield or anything, I'd wave. So I saw them. Or if I saw them in front of the barn. And I'd have quite a list every week, you know, or month, whichever I had to report. And I'd put down, I saw so-and-so today, I didn't say I spoke to him. I saw him. And I didn't believe in going out in soliciting business. I not made up that way, and I didn't believe it, and I couldn't do it. But I figured if I could do John Jones, if I did a job for him, he was satisfied, he'd tell his neighbor. And I was going to build the thing up that way. And so I continued to do that. I'd go to auctions, and I'd see a lot of them, the farm auctions. And I did that, and they were satisfied, and they were going to cut out the subsidy. And I said, I'm going to have that the weeks that I don't have enough to come up to $50, I'm going to have it. And all of a sudden, I had 4 or 5 a week. I was signing up. And when I quit breeding cows, the ones that were in business at the time, there was one farmer that I hadn't bred cows for. And that was Howard Canning. He didn't believe in it. He almost had to once because couldn't find a bull, and I helped him find a bull so he wouldn't have to breed artificially.
Well, that was good.
Because I wanted to keep them all happy, see? And I used, I suppose that was the wrong way to do it, but that's the way I did it. I didn't lie.
How many farms were there back then?
I can't remember. I must have had, you see, they called a farm, somebody had to farm the cow. And when I quit, there was 40-something, and when I started in, when I got around, I think I must have had way over 100.
Wow. That's hard to believe.
Oh, everybody.
Way over 100 that I had at one time.
But you got paid so much money, you didn't get paid each time you did a cow, so you weren't cheating anybody monetarily. You got paid so much a week, so much a month, regardless of
you was on a
salary.
No, you were on a commission.
Commission. Oh, you were.
You got when I first started out, you bred a cow for $6, and they had 2 free repeats. And I can't remember. Of the $6, I think the technician got $2.50, and you had to furnish. You had furnished your car. But they paid for the supplies because I was supposed to.
But all you got was $2.50, even if you went to North.
Right. So if you went through, you had to go back, and there wasn't enough business out there, and you had to go back 2 more times. You didn't get much out of the $2.50. But I picked up junk. I raided all the dumps and so on, and I'd get my gas money by doing that. George Capon used to help me pick it out and rule together coal. We'd always stopped at the dump, picked up the batteries and the copper and the brass and lead and all that stuff.
Used to do a big business with Alphonse.
Alphonse Sage was he liked he hated Pat with his money. And he'd say, he called me Uncle Gordon. He said, I haven't got any money today, Uncle Gordon. And I said, he said, you'll have to take junk. And I did a lot of times. And I said, if I take junk, I'm not going to take $6 worth. It's going to be 14. I mean, it's going to be 12, at least double. And I said, I'm going to make sure that it holds out. And I talked him out of stuff. I don't know why he ever let me have it. I got a mess of outside wire one time. I got $37 for the wire. Say nothing about breeding feed. I got radiators and everything. I don't know why he ever got them for him. I think he stole them, so he wasn't losing anything.
That was he from Norton?
Yes, he
Wages from
was.
Norton,
Yeah. But he when he found out that you get 2 free repeats, he said to me, he said, you know, I got some pliers, and I can change that ear tag. Henry Fournier had made them for him, blacksmith here in town. And he said, when one cow was bred, I can take the ear tag from that and put it in another cow, and so I'll get 2 for the price of 1. And I looked him right in the eye and I said, Alphonse, I don't use the ear tags for my identification, they're for headquarters. I said, I don't have only, I probably exaggerated on that, 110 or whatever I said, herds that I breed cows for, and I must be one awful dumb fool if I don't know which cows I've bred in each one of these herds. And then I forgot all the other herds, and I concentrated on his. And I made notations in my book and everything of the cows I'd done. I used the ear tag, but I was sure I knew them in my mind. And I'd go in and he'd show me the cow, and I'd begin to laugh. Well, I'm getting $6 today, huh, Funk? And then I'd go in and I'd say, oh, another one of those repeats. I don't know if I'll bother doing it. I don't get paid for it anyway. And I'd start to leave, just as I say, I like to bother people. And I didn't have to do that only 6 or 8 times, And he said, well, you can tell, can't you? And I said, well, of course. Anybody with any brains can tell which cows they've done if they haven't got more than 110 or 125 herds to do it. And he did it. He didn't dare to change them. I'd go there, and of course he didn't have junk. He didn't have junk enough to pay me all the time, And he says, I haven't got any money today, and he'd take out his wallet just as flat as a pancake, a lot of thing in it, not an identification. He said, see, I haven't got any money. Well, okay, I'll trust you. So I would trust him, and the bill would get up a while, and I'd, like George Cape on the rule did business. He'd say, I don't have any money today. And I said, okay, we'll take a cow. It got up about what you owe me about what a cow's worth anyway. I said, George, you start leading the cow, and when you get away with it, when I overtake you, you drive, and I'll lead the cow, and we get that cow back, and we'll have a salute. And it got up to where he owed me quite a lot, and I happened to be telling Stangles in the bank one day, and I said, I don't care. Every time he's going to pay me, he said, well, I can pay you today. Can you cash the milk check? He didn't believe in having a checking account. And he'd have a $700 or $800 milk check, and I didn't have money enough to cash it. And I said, no, I'm sorry, I can't. So one day he said, I was telling Stangles, I don't know how it happened to, but I did. And he said, stop in when you're going out there. And he says, I'll give you some money. When he gives you the check, fool him. Give him the money. When you come back, stop in the bank and give it back to him. I said, okay.
Farmers and Traders Bank.
So that's what I was director to. And so I did that this particular day. I thought of it, and he'd called, and I went out. He says, all I got is this check. Well, I says, let me see the check, and I got my hand on it. Like Sealing Hodge used to say he did. He says, They owed me, and I got my hand on the check. They owed him, and he was going to pay them a check when he was road agent. I said, sign your name right there, Alphonse, and I'll cash that check. And I gave him the money. And cashed the check, took the check, went back to the bank, and they got the money. But I had a lot of fun with him. I was there one day, and Rua Gelko was with me, and I had picked up a pair of pliers, lineman's pliers in the road. Rusty, you couldn't use them, you know. And I tried to soak them a little, but I see they weren't much good, and I left them in the trunk of the car. And he saw them. And he wanted them. And he stole them, took them out. He said, I took those pliers. He said, what do you want for them? And I said, well, I got to have, I think, $1.25, I think is what I was asking for them. And he says, well, you got to take junk for the pliers. So I said, and I knew he'd hid them someplace, and I went in, found them, put them back in the trunk. I said, if you want those pliers, you don't want to give me money. The next time I come here, you have a radiator set in by that milk house. And I said, and I don't want a Chevrolet radiator either. I want any other make but a Chevrolet. Because I said the Chevrolet is too light. And not enough copper in them. And I knew he'd find a Chevrolet radiator if he could. And I knew I wasn't going to lose any money on the pliers. I'd double the money. So, sure enough, we went out next time we went out, and here was this radiator. It was a Chevrolet radiator. I gave him the pliers, radiator. Then he had a bunch of stuff, and he wanted me to buy it. And this is how I happened to get. I didn't care how much I beat him. I got ahead of my story. He had some batteries and radiators. And he said, I understand you buy junk. And I said, yeah, I do sometimes. And he said, what did you give for those radiators and batteries? And I told him what I did. And he said, well, I'm not going to let you have it. Well, I said, that's good. But the next time I come, don't expect that I'm going to give you the same price, because I won't. That particular day, I knew I could load them in, and I used to leave them at Albert Beer's, which was up on Route 3, because I lived in town, and I couldn't clutter up the place up there, Lily Prince House, with all that junk. And Albert would pay me for them, see? And I knew I was going by, so I didn't have to make a special trip. The next time I went out, he saw me, and he followed me over to Harvey DeVoe's, and he came in and he said, I've decided you can have those radiators and batteries. I said, not at the price, remember? I told you, not at the price that I told you in the first place. And he said, you're a squealer. I said, I'll take them. But under my breath, I says, look out, from now on, Fonz, you're clear. I beat you as bad as I can. And when he left, Harvey DeVoe said, I know for a fact he took them to Newport and he took them to Quaticook. And he couldn't get so much for that as what he spent all that time and mileage, and he couldn't get so much as you offered him, and he brought them back, and that's why he let you have them, because you offered him more than, and I just like to do something like that, so I wasn't making big money, you know, I mean, really, I probably was foolish to do it, but I had fun doing it. And so that's why then I beat him whenever I could. I went down time, and Rua was with me, and he owed me only $6. And I bet I stopped a half a dozen times for that, and his wife was going to pay me. And I said, no, I'll see Fonz. Don't bother. I knew it was good, you know, and she would have given me the money. But I wanted to see Fonz because I figured for the $6, he'd have some junk, and I'd get $12 for it, see? So I stopped this time, and he was there. And he said, "Oh, I got a lot of copper, I want to say." And up in the pasture was a roll of copper that they'd taken when they changed telephone wires over. And it was this hard, stiff copper wire, you know. And so Rule and I trounced ourselves up there, and Alphonse and he showed me the wire. And some way or other, I thought Alphonse thought it was 200 pounds. And so I was going to pay him. I said, "I'll weigh it and pay you by the pound." And then all I made on him was 2 cents a pound. I was, as I say, I was doing it cheap, just for the fun of doing it. And he says, "No, I want to sell it to you by the lump." So I figured he thought it was 200 pounds, so I got a straddle that and I bounced it on the floor. And I said, "That won't weigh 200 pounds. He said, "I didn't say it would." I said, "I thought you said it would." He said, "No, I didn't." Well, I said, "Okay." So Rule did the same thing, and he winked at me. I figured there was a lot more than 200 pounds, you know. When I said, "I know there isn't 200 pounds because I couldn't lift 200 pounds." And I bounced it. I don't know how I did it, but I did. The thing weighed 237 pounds. So I made a good deal there. And when I got around to pay him, because then I owed him, when he wasn't looking, I took all the money out of my pocketbook and left it as flat as his was. So I intentionally I paid him all but $20. And I said, "Gee, I haven't got $20. But I've trusted you, so you can trust me for $20. And he says, "Uncle Gordon, I got to have that money today." Well, I said, "You can't get what I haven't got." And Rule never thought. He spoke up and he says, "I'll lend it to you." Well, I says, "I don't like to borrow money." I says, "But I just as soon with Alphonse, as long as I trusted him, he can trust me." But Alphonse says, "Your friend said he'd let you have the $20. I finally took it and paid him what I owed him. Well, we got out of sight of that, and did Rule, you ever hear anybody swear? You ever hear him?
Oh, yeah.
You must have, if you've been around Langs and so on. He said, "What a, well, so-and-so fool I was to
Keep talking.
shut it off."
Keep on talking. I'll just go in the room here.
Well, they've heard it before.
Not all of it.
You haven't?
Okay, no.
I'm hearing something.
Yes, I tried down with you this morning, but I didn't see you, and I was waiting there, I wanted to ride back. Keep that on.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, Gordon.
Yeah,
So Rule was swearing.
well, he was swearing because he see what I was planning on doing then, you know. And I said, "Well, don't worry," because the minute I got away from there, I pulled out a $20 bill and gave it to him, see? Which I shouldn't have done then. It wouldn't have been so bad, but I had the $20 bill, so I paid Rule immediately. I used to bother Rule once in a while, too. Wester Kelsey was looking for a hired man, and of course he hated to do chores with a passion. He'd chop all night in the woods, even after dark, down there at Harry Lang's, but he wouldn't help do chores. he'd help grade potatoes and so on. So we were out to Wesley's, and I said to Wesley, when the brewer was right there, I said, I found a man. I said, he likes to farm, he likes to do chores, and he's good at it, and so on. I said, Rule would like the job. Well, Mr. Man, I had him going then. He started in again, because he didn't like it, and I just happened to think of that, something to bother him.
So what kind of cars do you use, Gordon?
Well, I had Chevrolets first. In the mud, out in those back roads, I'd have the first spring I used them, because I traded every year when I was working breeding cows. I'd have the bumper all smashed up getting out of the mud. I'd get stuck in one set of ruts. I'd take the bumper jack out, jack it up, and push it off the bumper and smash the bumper all up, getting it in another set of ruts that I could get through on, And then I had Plymouth, and I traded with Nugent for $500 a year, car for car, and I'd run them around 40,000 or a little better. And I thought that was a pretty good deal. And I guess Nugent was making money. He kept doing it. And then I got Volkswagen. And I had 20 of them, one a year for 20 years. And the mud didn't bother me with them because I could drive right top of the little ridges. And when they didn't make them anymore, and I got an Omni, front wheel drive, you can't drive a front wheel drive on those ridges. They slip off one way or the other. I remember going up to Eugene Bellwell's, and he had to pull me through when I first got the Omni in the mud, and pull me back through. What was you want me to tell?
Oh, when did you get stopped by the cops?
Oh, yeah. Billy Placy was coughed up the Stewartstown. And I was going through there one day. He was down to talking with one of Guy's boys. That his house is down in the road. And I was going along probably 35 miles an hour. He gets right out in the middle of the road and stopped it. I didn't want to run over the poor fellow. He said, well, I got to hold you. I says, for what? He says, speeding. I says, I wasn't speeding. He said, you were. He says, look how you slid the wheel. I tried to go around him, so I was out in the loose gravel. And of course, if you put on the brakes going 5 miles an hour, you're going to push the gravel a little, He says, that's proof enough. And he was holding me there. And finally, he said to Guy's boy, he says, you have to go slow. And he went all through this rigmarole. I said, well, I don't know really what I said. But he said to Guy's boy, he said, do you think I ought to hold him? And he says, no, I think you ought to let him go. He says, okay. He says, you can go. He says, I can't remember the boy's name. He knows David. He says, you can go. But you be careful when you go through here. Go on in speeding. Well, I had a spareman from New York. I was taking a day or two off, And Burley was out there on his old 5-mile tractor out somewhere in Bear Rock. And he was coming across from Diamond Pond in the through. And Burley stopped him. He said, I think you're speeding. He said, I didn't see any speed signs. He said, there's one, what used to be one when you started out above Georgetown Hollow there, said 35 miles an hour. Yeah, right. And he says, well, I didn't see any. And he was coming from the other way, and I guess there wasn't. The Diamond Farm, there wasn't any that way. He says, and he looked, and he had the New York plates, and he says, well, what, are you out here with New York plates on? He says, I'm breeding cows for Gordon Placy. You are? Well, you got a lot to do then. What are you standing around here for? He says, get going. Because the fellow told me when he got back.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you another story on Burley. He was cutting wood out on the Heath place there and to the side of the road, and somebody was stealing the wood. And he had the whole Hunt tribe looking out for it. Elroy, whatever, I guess was the one he was looking for, out for it for him. And but he never caught anybody. And Elroy did catch a fellow cutting one of his Christmas trees, and he pulled him in, and he took him to Burley. And it was Donald Dixon. Burley said to Elroy, he says, you ought to know better than that. He said, what was right?
He said,
Donald Dixon.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get
Well, then getting back to Burley's Wood, I just happened to think of that from, I want to tell you before I forgot it. Getting back to the wood, he caught a fellow one day. And of course, Burley was pleased. I don't know if he ever wore his badge. He didn't have it when he stopped the technician from New York. But anyway, he said, oh, you're the fellow stealing the wood. And he said, no, this is the first time I ever taken any. Well, he says, do you want to pay for what wood I lost, or you want me to take you into co-op? You can take a choice. And the fellow paid him for what wood he'd lost and went on his way. So Burley got paid for his wood.
the fellow didn't go.
Now what do you want to know?
Well, you got any other stories about during that time?
Oh, the breeding cows?
Yeah.
Ellen the Lions called up one day. She said that that they had a cow, which she usually did the calling anyway. And I went out there. It was right in June when the cows, they're real loose. That gutter was full. And I just started to service that cow, and she moved, and I slipped on the floor, was all covered with that green manure too. And I went into that gutter. Well, I was plastered with it. And I went outside, a pair of coveralls. I never liked them, but I had a pair in the car in case I had to have them. And I went out and I stripped, right by the car, I stripped my clothes off, right down complete, and put on the coveralls, went back in to service the cow and went along. Run along 3 weeks, and Eleanor called again, and she said, we've got a cow for you today, Gordon. And by the way, she says, it's the one you had to change your pants the last time you was out there.
So I guess she saw you.
Then, I don't know if I ought to tell you this or not.
I'll tell her one about the town clerk, Harold Jackson. Sheila Bushman. That was
yeah. Sheila, of course, town clerk. She was a little girl like this, and she used to go over where Harold Jackson had his cow. Used to be a barn across the road on the right as you're going out, 26.
Right where Bromwich lives now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I goes in this night, and Sheila's in the barn, and Harold says to Sheila, you better leave, hadn't you, Sheila, while Gordon is here? and she was a nice and obeyed anything, very nice and so on. She says, okay. I was in the milk house, and she came out through, and she looked up at me, and she said, I know what you're going to do, don't I, Gordy? She'd been up to house fairs and seen me do it a dozen times, So I told Harold, now this, shut off the tape and I'll tell you a good one.
I can shut the tape off.
Well,
So we never did really get into where you and your wife settled down and what she was doing all this time while you were inseminating cows.
she used to, she just kept house and looked after the kids.
And where did you live, Gordon?
Well, we lived, the house that
Pamela Whistle.
Palmer or his wife, whoever it is.
On Pleasant Street.
When we first moved,
Pleasant Street.
when we first moved into town, it's the last house out of town, anyway.
Mhm.
When we first moved in,
French house.
we lived in the little shed part, and then when Mrs. Prince died, didn't she?
Yeah.
And so we moved into the apartment downstairs. And then I bought the place out where I am now on Fish Hatchery Road. We moved out there just before Greg was born. I think. I don't know what year it was. And if you go by there, I set out some maple trees, and they were just a whip, and now they're that size, so it was that many years ago.
Must have been 51.
Could be.
Because Janice was 87. And I was in the service.
She used to go with me and make out the receipts. Well, not all the time, but like I'd get back to the house when the kids got bigger so that she could do it, or after the kids had left. They could take care of themselves. I'd do East Colebrook first, and I'd do all the rest. I'd go back in East Colebrook and do afternoon calls. And she'd go out there, and we could do them fast if she did all the bookwork. And could do them in half the time, at least. And instead of taking a half an hour at a place, you could do it 15 and out there, and that pipe was so close you sometimes could do it even faster than that. So I'd get through. I kept track of it one year, and just how much time I worked during the year, and I put in the 2 years and 13 weeks.
Based on a 40-hour week?
Yeah.
Now, was that counting dickering with sage?
Oh, that was all in. All part of the job.
That was collection.
Yeah.
So it turned out to be a good job for you after all.
It wasn't a good job. I tried getting another job, one job was the job that.
Yeah, you and I took the post office.
Yeah, but I didn't want to take that away from George, and then he got it because the Democrats got in. And down in, like a extension job.
Like a 4-H extension.
Not 4-H, but a county extension job or something. The one that I went after, something like that. I went after the one that Savage. Chester Savage had. Chester Savage had. I went after that, and they said, we don't want anybody. We want a young man. And then that kind of made me mad. They didn't hire me, but they hired Chester. And I think Chester was older than I was. But they didn't, anybody that was 40 or up there then, they didn't want. And getting back to the job of breeding cows, the area, I was getting sick of the thing. The manager was, I was doing so, now I'm blowing my own horn, see? I was so good, and another fellow down in the Nashua area, that the extension dairymen and all, they wanted one of us should have had a job as field man. And Hilton Boynton couldn't imagine why. He said, I will not hire Gordon Placy to go up. So finally he told Bernard Gadbois, was a delegate one time, went to a meeting down there, and he, a director, I mean. And he came back, and he tried to hire him as technician while he was down there as director. And he said to me when I went to his place to service the cow, and he said, you getting through? I said, well, I hadn't planned on it. And he said, well, Amadon says you're getting through. The manager. I said, he did? Well, if I'm getting through, I was planning on it. But now if I'm getting through, he's going to fire me. And so I made it as miserable as I could for him. Getting back to that contract, and I held up my check, because if I signed it, it said on the check, you've got your pay. When they had that on the check, I said, the heck with this. I'm going to get those supplies. And so I said, I didn't send in my check. I just kept accumulating. Finally, the bookkeeper called up and he said, what are you doing with your checks? Well, I says, I got them here. When you pay me what you owe me, I'll send the checks in. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, that contract said that they paid for supplies, and I haven't seen any money for supplies. And I have sent them in each time how much I had to pay for them, and you haven't paid for them. And he said, you wait just a minute, let me get the manager on. So he came, and he said, send the checks in. He said, we're going to give you a raise. We're going to raise all the technicians, and they're not going to pay supplies, but we're going to give them a big raise so that it'll more than cover it. We'd rather do it that way. And I always believe anybody is telling the truth until I catch them in a lie. Then I wouldn't believe them if they were telling the truth. And so I said, okay, if that's what you're going to do, and I sent them in. And it was over a year before they ever did it. We was at technicians meeting, and the bookkeeper was sitting beside of me. And he said, well, that's pretty nice, the raise they gave you. And I said, it doesn't impress me after the way what they've done. I said, they waited all this time. And they had when they had Bruce Bean, which you probably know him. He was ag teacher here, and he married a Vaughn girl, and he's building a house. He's going to live here.
He's building a house out in Galloway.
And he worked for Easton after they merged all these co-ops into one, and they're still doing more and more. The name's changing. It's changed the second time now from Easton, just lately. But anyway, he was at a meeting, and he said, we've got a different technique to breeding cows. He'd been down in Pennsylvania and got a master's degree he probably bred a half dozen cows while he was there, and so he knew all about it. And he said, and that goes for those fellows that have been here a long time too. They can learn as well as the new men. Well, I was one of the older in time I'd worked, so I took it. So did the area manager, which had been breeding cows, but he was given the job as area manager. So he told the technique, and he said, you will go through the cervix and you will feel it through the skin of the colon and the uterus, that the catheter has gone through the cervix and deposit the semen. And I spoke up and I said, I've been doing some research on that. I can't keep my mouth shut. And I said, I found out that if you go through the cervix and you feel the catheter, you have an awful lot of early embryonic abortion. So I said, I have quit doing it. And Earl Randall, the area manager, spoke up and he said, when I was breeding cows, I found out the same thing. Instead, what an early embryonic abortion for me, and he figured it the same way. Instead of coming back in 21 days, which is normal, they'd come back in 28, which to me says they aborted the very early embryo and then came back in heat. So there's 3 whirls in a cervix going this way, you know. Mm-hmm. And I go through 2. And I get through those 2, and I didn't go any farther. And I eliminated this early embryonic abortion, which he'd done. So when Earl spoke up and said, I found out the same way, that's when that Bean says, you know, you 2 fellows aren't old enough and haven't worked long enough for what you could learn something new. And I'm telling you, Earl was mad, and I'm sure I was madder. I know I was so mad I was pale, because I thought I knew what I was doing, and I still think I knew what I was doing. And I didn't think that he knew what he was trying to tell us. And I almost laughed. And when they got around, the meeting was over, and Earl came over to me and he said, I thought you would leave. And he said, if you'd left, I was going to leave with you.
So what happened? Did you use the new technique, or did you do it
I
your own
went
way?
by my own technique.
Right.
Dr. Blaisdell came up here on sterility from Haverhill, and he had a lot of herds up here. He used to come up at least once a month. And Eddie Nash couldn't tell when the cow was in heat at all. Now, some of this stuff you're going to eliminate when you.
Well, I know. I may not, you know.
And he says to Eddie, and Eddie told me, he said, you know, if you had the technician that's down in Haverhill, you wouldn't have a cow bred here. He says, I don't understand how Gordon Placy gets around this. He said,
Okay, we'll stop right here because this is Patty Hart. This is Patty Hart. It's December 18th, and we're once again with Gordon, Pearlie, Bill, and myself. And I just asked Gordon if he would tell us something about the Grange. So he's going to start right there with the Grange. Gordon?
Chet Norris and somebody from the State Grange came up and they said, Chet says, you're going to join the Grange and you're going to take the insurance agency for all of this Northern Territory. And I didn't want to do it without finding out if all these insurance agents were willing. Well, it was Harry Hodge out at Mohawk, and he said, yes. He said, I want you to have it. Edwin Frizzell in Columbia Grange said, yes, I want you to have it. Harry Huggins in Pittsburgh of Aurora Grange said, yes, the minute you get to be a Granger, you're having it. O.J. Poor at North Star Grange in Stewartstown Hollow was the same way. And over in West Stewartstown, what was that woman's name? I can't think of it now. She was a Granger, and she was the insurance agent. I can't think of it right this minute. And one of the Mrs. Burton Corbett was in Colbert Grange, right here in town. And of course, I said, okay, I'll do it. And all of these wanted me to do it. But Mildred Corbett had more pull than I did, and she was the one that ended up being the Grange insurance agent for this area. And I didn't want to put in the path about Mildred doing it. But yeah. That's what happened. So, and I went to the Grange over here. And
the one in Colbert, Gordon?
One in Colbert. And my wife never went very often. And most of the time, I didn't go because I had director's night the same night, and I would go to up there, and the door would be locked, and I didn't know the knocks, and I'd go home. And a lot of times I'd get there in time to eat, which I would, and eventually I was made treasurer. And when we left Colbrook, what money was left, which was $3,200, I took out the Mohawk Range, and
when you left Colbrook, did the Grange disband? Is that why you left Colbrook?
Disbanded. Yeah. And I went out to Mohawk Range. Jackson, out in Kidderville, Hal Jackson, when I went in through the door, they were having an election. My wife and I didn't know, but and he said, you're going to be the treasurer. And I said, why am I going to be the treasurer? And he said, well, I have an election tonight, and you're going to be the treasurer. And he said, the reason is I saw your books when I was deputy, and I liked the way you kept the books. And that's all I can. What else you want to know about the Grange?
So how many years have you been a Granger?
Well, I've been about 44, 45 probably. I got my 40-year one, but I can't remember when. I never thought about that when I was thinking of the Grange. Okay,
and then Gordon, we'd like to know about the Masons. You've been a Mason for many, many years. Can you tell us how long and where the first Mason Hall was, Mason rooms?
Well, they're up there on the wall. Can you remember them, Bill or Fred?
Cargill Hall.
Huh?
There's one on Main Street, burnt, right?
Where, Bill?
Yeah.
Called Cargill Hall.
Cargill Hall.
Cargill Hall.
Then the lodge over
Howard's
Restaurant.
The third floor in Howard's Restaurant. And then it went to Ellenwood Block.
Then it went by Ellenwood, and then over where we are now.
And you've been a Mason how many years, Gordon?
I've been a Mason, it'll be 42 next June.
Okay. Go ahead, Gordon. Tell about the Masons a little bit. That you've been an officer, and what office, please?
Well, I was Tyler first, outside of the door, and I had a lot of fun out of there. I didn't know what was going on inside. The candidates came through, like Bud Hulse and a lot of others. That fellow from Pittsburgh, what was his name? Cola. And it was interesting to talk with them. They'd come early, and I was outside till they got ready to do the degree, and I had a lot of fun talking with them. Then when Bill Collins started, Walter Collins, started through the chairs, and he couldn't hear very well, and the doctor told him, he said, "You hurt your hearing by trying to hear the other officers and so on. I think it would be better if you didn't go through, because you're straining yourself to, to carry on whatever would be in the lodge." And so he said to me, he said, "You're going inside, and I'm going to be Tyler." So I went inside, and they appointed me marshal. And before the year was over, Earl Wadsworth passed away, and they said that some of them, and especially Bob Davis, wanted me to be treasurer, which they called the Grand Lodge, and they said yes. And they said, "What do you do?" And they said, he can be both, and he can sit in either chair he wants to, but he said, and he can be treasurer, and they can appoint somebody for the night for marshal, which they did, because I sat in the treasurer's chair. And I remember some people like Edmund Owens and everything would embarrass me when Waddy, of course, was going to get to be treasurer. They'd vote for me, just for the fun of it, I guess, before that.
So you've been treasurer?
I've been treasurer since, but I don't know how long that is, unless I looked it up. I never thought of that. But when
You can look it up and tell me, Gordon, and I'll
when Wadsworth passed away, and I've been treasurer ever since. Still am. One unique thing with Waddy was that they had 3 different funds in the Masons, and you could get more interest if you put it into something besides the passbook, but he didn't put everything in. What he did, he kept it so to be 25%, 25%, and 50%. Then he had 3 passbooks with the same amount, what was left over of each one. And he kept them so that it was easy, of course, to figure if he wanted that way. When I got it, I liked to figure anyway, and I said, I'm going to put it all in there, and I carried it out to 2 places percentage-wise and keep track of the accounts the same way, but it's in the one account. And when they started in, after I retired, I really wasn't very active in the Masons until I retired in 1979. And they wanted me to go through the chairs. They had young fellows like David Parrington and Chris Placy and Homer Davis that were very active, and they were all waiting to go through the chairs. And I thought it was better for the lodge if they had the young fellows, if somebody didn't try to stop them, get some young blood in, which I think is why that we've had such a run of success. The one master for 1 year for years. We've got 2 fellows, that's Homer Davis and Chris Placy, that are past masters, just as soon as they could be, going through the chairs after they got through. Chris is a few days seniority over Homer Davis. And to me, that is why that is keeping the young blood in there. And some of the older Masons would come to Bob, and so I was going with Bob so much that And they'd say, we never did that before. Well, Bob says, I'm just the secretary. I'm not going to tell them they can't do that. And it has changed some things, which I think to the good. The old people didn't run it. Now, I'm sure an example is we've got some lodges that happened because they wouldn't take in the young people, let them do what they wanted to. In Covert Grange was the same way. That's why that went out. It was because, well, one person objected to them dancing after a meeting. Well, like crazy.
Rangers like to dance.
Right. I went with Bob Davis when he was district deputy grand lecturer for 2 years, and 4 years as his. Did that snap off?
Yes. Thank you. It did.
Or maybe it was me playing the paper.
Go ahead, Gordon. The tape's okay.
Me playing the paper.
Yeah, it's going to snap off in a minute.
He was, then the way it turned out, he was 4 years as district deputy grand master. In the meantime, I was appointed as grand steward for the Grand Lodge and served in that 2 years. The lodge up here was going to give me the John L. Sullivan Award, which was the next to the highest award you can get in the Mason. But the Grand Master Paul Ricker had already had it in the works, and I received the John Sullivan Award at Grand Lodge instead of in my own lodge. And so at that time, when Mike Byron was master, when he come for installation, when he was going out, he called the head master to take me to the east, and he said, you know what you're up here for? And I says, no, I don't. And he says, well, he said, you've been through the Scottish Rite, you've got the John Sullivan Award, you've been through the York Rite, and we couldn't think of anything else, so we're going to give you the honorary past master, which they did.
The one and only.
Yeah.
It's the one and only honorary pass. Is that right?
In that lodge.
Did you receive a high award in New York right here years ago?
Oh, yes. I did. And you can, that's what it was right there.
Gold Honor Award. In recognition of his outstanding service in York Rite Masonry. Okay, Gordon, I'm sorry. I was reading the certificate that you were presented, the Gold Honor Award, and to Gordon Placy in recognition of his outstanding service in York Rite Masonry by the York Rite Sovereign College of North America, which is composed of members of the Blue Lodge, Royal Lodge, Arch Chapter, Council, and Commandery. And it's signed by, probably you know that name and I don't, Edward.
I don't know. Probably not.
Burley, you know the name? It's quite an award anyway, the beginning, isn't it, Bill? And when did you, and you're also a Shriner.
Yes.
Edward,
And I went with Bill Collins through the York Rite and also to be a Shriner. And Weldon, I think Weldon Brooks and Sheldon Gray, we went down together. And while we were going, we started down and we got a little ways out of town, and of course we got to talking politics when Sununu was going to run for governor. And Bill and I were in the back seat, and Sheldon and Weldon, which were great friends, but they were arguing politics in there, and finally Weldon says, well, you're going to vote for Sununu, aren't you? And he said no. He drove right out beside the road, and he said, Sheldon, you get out.
Weldon told Sheldon to get out?
Told Sheldon to get out. And Sheldon says, what's the matter? And he says, you aren't going to vote for Sununu, you aren't going to ride with me. And Bill and I were laughing in the back seat, and he finally, Sheldon says, I'll vote for Sununu. And Weldon says, okay, get back in, and he drove along. And then Bill and I went to the festival the next year. We went down, it was at the old Highway Motel in Concord, and we had Jenny had got us a reservation. Bill had got it, and when we went to pay our bill, the bill was paid. Somebody paid our bill. I don't know who it was, but we had a free night there at the Highway Motel.
You never found out who paid the bill?
No.
Probably the state of New Hampshire.
Probably Jenny Beecher.
Probably Jenny Beecher, sure.
And anyway,
Safety department.
we found out that it wasn't fun to go to a festival alone. If you didn't have your wife, you wasn't in it, because everybody had their wife or somebody else's or their girlfriends, however the case might be. And so we said we never would go again unless our wives went. So he came home and he told Sylvia, he says, now you get your reservation, time off, which we knew when the next one would be the next year, and we're going down to the Shrine Festival, which we did. Took my wife's car, and we went down and we had a real good time. It was about 12 from Colbert down there, and because since then my wife passed away and I've never been to one because it's couples and I just feel left out. So I'm not active in the shrine as such
As you would.
now. But when they started the Colbert Shrine Club, I was put in treasurer. Of course, every place I go, I guess they want me treasurer.
How many organizations are you treasurer? Were you treasurer?
I was 6, and they voted me out to the Grange because I was playing cribbage, and
On Grange nights.
on Grange nights, and they elected Brad Brooks. And when I went to see Brad, I turned the books over to him. It was right at the end of a quarter, so I made out the quarter report, took him up, and showed him what he had to show to the deputy when he came, because they have an inspection. And he said, by the way, did they say anything to you about not being Grange secretary again? Treasurer. And I said, no, I didn't know it. And I said it was quite a shock when I saw it in the Colbert paper that I wasn't, because I'd been it so long, you know. And he says, well, I want you to take it. And I said, no, they elected you, and you're welcome to the job. And no hard feelings, and all. And so he's treasurer. I had 5, but I had a chance to be treasurer of the 5th Masonic District funds, and I turned that down. And some of the trustees, I guess, of the library wanted me to be treasurer of the library, and I turned that down. I probably turned down some others.
So you spend quite a few nights on the road going to Mason activities, Gordon? Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess that since my wife passed away, I just nothing else to do. I couldn't find myself another woman, So I just been going night after night to mostly Masonic things.
His calendar's very full. We had a hard time getting a date here to meet. Now, Gordon, how long have you been a director of the, what I know, the Farmers and Traders Bank is what I know it is.
I was a director for the Farmers and Traders, and a while when it was First NH for a little over 35 years. Now, when I started out as director of the Farmers and Traders Bank, it was fun. I hadn't been in there long because nobody else had the time, or thought they didn't, or what. Anyway, I did an awful lot of the praising around. And at that time, I would set up my own appointment to see them. And of course, I did it on my job, as I was going around breeding cows and inseminating, if you want to put it in, whichever you want. And of course, they'd say, well, you can look now. I didn't, so I really didn't make an appointment with them. I was there to make an appointment, but I would do it. I remember one of the directors, they approved everything I went. If I disproved it, they went along with it. If I proved it, they went along with it. That's when real estate was cheap, so it didn't make much difference. But I remember one director, one night he said to the rest of the directors, he said, you know, I think that Gordon ought to give us part of his director's fee for us going along with everything that he does. And I said, if it looks to me as if the money should be coming the other way. And Hammond Dixon says, that's what it sounds to me like too.
Now, are you still one of the directors of the bank, Gordon?
No, when I went on, when First NH bought it, there was 3 categories that I was off anyway. But through Steve Barber, he went to the headquarters of First NH, and he said, I've just gone on the board, and I don't know much about it. I'd rather have some of those older fellows on there. And so they kept Gordon Banfield and I on there. And Gordon Banfield and I don't know if I should say this. Of course, we did the appraising then. And went together. We got paid a little for it then. I didn't get paid. In fact, when I was doing the appraising, the director's fee was $5 for each meeting you attended. If you didn't attend, you didn't get paid. And I was doing this extra. That's why I thought that if there was any amount of fee coming, it should come the other way. It kind of mixed up a little there. And so I was on for, well, I don't remember now, 2 or 3 years when it was First NH, because of, I assume, from what I know, that Steve Barber was the one that thought I was smart enough to be on there. I guess he wanted to learn from me. I don't know what he could learn.
Quite a bit, I would say. Now, Gordon, let's get to something that I think is going to be a little bit of fun. You've been a member of the American Legion for how many years?
56 years.
56 years. So would you tell us a little bit about that? Some of the fun things?
Well, to begin with, I went through the chairs and was commander for 1 year. I was chaplain for quite a number of years, and I don't know how many times I presented the flag for veterans coming back from deceased veterans coming back from World War II, but an awful lot of times. Back when they were coming back, the body would be in the American Legion, and we stood guard over it for 24 hours until it was buried. And we used to have, I guess it's probably auxiliary or somebody used to give lunch for us to the ones that stayed in overnight.
And where was the Legion Hall at that time?
Right where it is now.
Right where it is now.
And then we would stand guard, and like in the church, facing the people, and those flowers. Of course, I'm allergic to them. Some, your nose is running. And I remember Henry Fournier passed out standing up there one day with me. We was one at each end of the casket because of the flowers. When I first joined the Legion, it was very active, and they met 2 times a month, and the auxiliary met 1 time a month, and the time they met, they would have lunch, and we used to play games and so on, that Dr. Gifford and Fred Harrigan and their wives could think up, and we had a lot of fun. And there was a big crowd. In the winter, we used to have the off time when the auxiliary wasn't meeting. We'd have what we called a stag party, and we took turns, and we'd get a supper there. I remember of Norman Brunkett and I used to want to be on early because when it got into the winter, we were busy, most of us.
Didn't have time to put on a supper.
And so we would take our turn early in the fall, and we had a lot of fun at those stag parties. And then for at least there's 8 of those posters, or 9, whichever it is, we had this winter carnival, not really a winter, well, we had winter carnival, I guess some, but we always had this play, different things.
Klondike night.
Well, that was called, that was one night. That was the first one we had. That's the one where this one here, and that was the funniest thing. That's when I first started breeding cows.
All right, just a second, Gordon. Gordon's holding up some old posters here.
Advertisements.
Advertisements for these plays they put on, and they're really funny, and he's going to explain them just a little bit.
Now, this one here, as I say, was the beginning of when I first belonged to Legion. When I first started breeding cows, I mean. And all of the elderly ladies were whispering, what does that mean? What does that mean? Artificial breeding had just been started, hadn't been going too long. Wilfred Frizzell had worked for about a year, but it hadn't been going that long. And this particular thing was thought up by Harrigan and Gifford. I don't know which one had it, but because I was thinking of putting an ad in. They said, you're going to have one because that's going to be one of the highlights of this thing.
So this is the ad that
This is the ad that they put in.
In the program?
No, it was hung on the wall.
On the wall for an advertisement.
Everybody had. Now, I remember Ellsworth Bunnell, one of his and they had old-fashioned women bloomers, you know, and go to him for the bloomers, or I can't remember exactly what it was. Yeah. You probably saw it, remember it.
This one says, no bull, my ace in the hole is a dark Placy.
No, is a royal flush.
Is a royal flush.
Royal straight.
Royal straight flush. No, my ace and all is the royal straight flush, not Placy. You know, I think if I'm very careful with those, would you let me photocopy those?
Yeah.
That would be great to put in his folder.
Yes.
It would be wonderful. The townspeople would love it. So you have 8 of these?
You
I
think
think it's 7.
7 of them.
no, there's 8 at least.
8, and they're great.
There's one
Oh,
small one.
there's one small one.
So if you would do that, that would be great, Gordon, and we could do that.
Yeah, 7, 8.
So you had a lot of fun putting these on.
They had a lot of fun.
Were you in them?
I was in one. I was a Indian brave, or whatever you want to call it, and Doris Chappell was the one that put us through the works. She taught us how to do the Chihuahua Hokilaga dance. And I can't remember. Jarvis Lewis, I think, was one. And that was so funny. They went and put it on in other places. I think they put it on, some of the fellows did the Balsam. I didn't go that time, but some that hadn't been in it before went. We were made up by Ralph and Mim Jenkins.
For the
And
Undertakers.
to make us look like Indians, they painted us with cocoa. I couldn't stand the smell of coke. Then we sweating doing that dance, and it was the worst stink that you could ever imagine on that stage. I remember of being a Vancouver being, I think, was he the
Medicine man.
I can't remember if he was the chief. We had this wigwam on there, and had somebody in there for a papoose, I guess. And I
remember it.
I think that he was the Indian woman, dressed up as an Indian woman,
The squaw?
the squaw.
Maybe.
But I'm not sure. But it was hilarious thing, and they had a lot of them. They had one was a cruise. You'll see the thing there. That one, I think it said no need for something to the effect of no boat needed on this ship. Doc Placy, technician for New Hampshire Vermont Breeding Association, is on board.
No believe yet.
They found out something. They've had something to go along with the theme the best they could with me every time.
Curly's holding one up. It shows Doc, and it shows a cow standing up, giving him a little lick, and it says, "Papa."
That's a cat. That's a cat. As time went on, and then we had the summer carnival to make money. It had their own merry-go-round, and if I do anything, I sometimes do more than you maybe should have to, but I had a week vacation coming from, and I would take a week's vacation when they had the carnival. So really, my wife and I didn't have a vacation because I was working at the carnival each year. And it peeved me and Max Woodrow, which was commander that particular year, that a fellow came down right here in town, had his weekends off, which I didn't have. I worked 7 days a week and so on. And he said, I didn't want to have this carnival this year. Here's $10. I'm going to camp, which he did. And if I'd have been commander, I'd have told him to put the $10 bill any place he wanted, but I wouldn't have accepted it. And when Max Woodrow came down, and because I was taking his place at the gate until he got there, and I told him what happened, and I told him what I wanted to say, and he said, if I'd have been here, I'd have told him the same thing. I wish you had have done it.
Well, good.
Because $10, each individual that helped in the carnival brought in a lot more than $10. And what made me mad was I couldn't go anyplace on vacation because I took the vacation there to help.
But back in those days, Gordon, the American Legion took the place of the Kiwanis. So to speak, they were responsible for the winter carnivals and the summer carnivals.
Well, if you go back over history in Cobra, you'll see that some organization, they're the same people, about the same people. Some organization dominates for a certain length of time. As the Legion had 4th of July and celebrations and the winter carnival and so
Armistice
on.
Ball.
The Armistice Ball. And speaking of Armistice Ball, we're going to try to have one next year. We have a lady that's going to be commander next year, Karen Harrigan. And we've talked about it, and if we can possibly do it and get a big band, we're going to have an Armistice Ball.
That'd be great. That would be.
But we won't see such people as Homer Hughes and his wife.
Homer and Babe.
The way they used to dance, it was, I think most of them would stop dancing just to see this because they were so great. And let's see, what else?
Yes, they used to put on Thanksgiving dinners.
Oh, yeah.
So they were very active.
Armistice dinners.
Very, very busy.
Very, very busy.
Well, I know what I was trying to say. And then the JCs
Came
were
along,
very
right?
active, and then that flushed out, and along comes the Kiwanis, and some organization will always give people a good time here in Cobra. I don't know what it'll be.
Well, that's good. And as you said, a lot of times it's the same names. One thing I've got to ask you about the Masons, Gordon. When did you move into the new rooms, the new Mason rooms over the library?
1990.
1990.
Yep. We had a lot of fun with Master Builder when we were building the new temple. He looked at the architect's design and he said, "This is the craziest thing I ever saw for a set of stairs." He said, "You can put them in a lot easier. Why? You've got 3, 5, and 7 steps." And we told him that if he waited long enough, as long as he was starting and was going to join the Masons, that he would find out.
Now, who was this master carpenter, if I may ask? Who was it?
William Cummings.
He's pointing to Bill here, but I thought we ought to get the name
Yes,
in just for the record.
He took his 3rd degree at the Alda, which was a bench saw.
Well, he was the first one to be raised to the sublime degree of Master Mason in the new hall, and it wasn't completed. And we had the treasurer and secretary had a sawhorse for a desk, and we used his bench saw for an altar for him to take his obligation. And
right to home.
he cleaned up every night. Everything, that place was spick and span. When he left, he dumped all the trash in his pickup. And this one night before we were going to raise him, we wanted some trash to bury him with in the temple. And George Heel and I had a job, but we finally salvaged 2, 3 boxes and had it for that night.
Now, I want to know why your steps, did Bill find out why you had your steps built that way? Can't tell.
Did he?
Okay.
Yes, I did. Oh.
It's, what is it?
Why are there 3, 5, and 7 steps?
It's just part of the masonry.
Part of the ritual.
Part of the ritual, Any more questions on that, or we
No, I think
shut it off and we'll think of something more to start in on again?
We ought to go auctioneering. We haven't heard
we
anything
haven't done
about
any
your
auctioneering.
You must have been on that for a
We've got the
while.
auctioneering, and then we've got the cribbage and the tea collection.
Well, before I was auctioning with Phil Lambert, Fred Harrigan, before he was probate judge, used to be administrator of a lot of estates. And his father used to come up when he was at an auction, and he used to get the thing set up at wherever the auction was going to be. And Roland Jondro, he hired him, and he said, "We need another man. Who should we get?" And Roland said, Gordon Placy might be interested. So we used to go get the stuff ready and help at the auction. Back then I didn't have too many calls, so I could do what I could before the auction, and then I would do the rest if it took to midnight after the auction. And I had a lot of fun doing it. And so when Phil got his auction license, the first auction he had a fire sale of his own stuff, furniture. And when I got my calls done, so I could, I stopped in at the auction, and when I stopped in, he saw me, and he said, "Come up here," he said, "I want you to help." And auctions are funny. People go crazy at them. And I was pulling getting the furniture out there for him to sell, pulling the tags off of how he had it, and he was selling some of that stuff after it had gone through a fire for more than he had it priced at in his store originally. That's what I mean by people going crazy. I remember one auction we had up in West Georgetown. It was a boarding house where they had about a dozen rooms. So they had they had a lot of linen, pillowcases and sheets and so on.
Now, where was this, Gordon? West Georgetown?
West Georgetown. It was a building right next to where the branch for the Farmers and Traders Bank was, on that corner, but I don't know, something there now, I don't know what it is. And I happened to be selling when they had the pillowcases, and they had them piled up there. And when they got to $1 a pair, Phil whispered and he said, "Sell them, pass them out." So anybody that wanted a pair for $1 got it, and they passed out all of them. And I had a couple of packages, the few ones, they were in the cellophane. And so I didn't put them up in sight until they sold the second-hand ones. And then I tried to sell them, and I couldn't get $1 a pair for the new ones that were all in the cellophane, never been used. When we were auctioning, Phil used a microphone, but my voice was carried, and the people said it hurt their ears, so we shut the loudspeaker off while I was auctioning, but Phil would have it when he was. I just couldn't keep my voice down. Alumni Association, they're having a banquet out on the lawn at the Cobrick Academy, and Janice Davis was the secretary, and she was reading the minutes, and nobody could hear them, and I was sitting there because I was hurrying. I was standing there, or sitting, because I was hurrying, because Edmund Owen had come, and he said, "You're going to be raised to the degree of Master Mason tonight, regardless of when you get this show over." And so I said to Janice, "If you don't mind, if they can't hear you, I'll see if they can hear me." So I read.
And they heard you. Okay.
They heard. I guess nobody complained after that. That's what Bill Collins said. He didn't go to town meeting because he couldn't hear. And I said, that's when I was select man. And I said, "Bill, you go tonight, and if you see if you'll hear me or not when I speak." And he heard me loud and clear.
When were you selectman, Gordon?
I don't know when exactly.
Long time ago?
No, it was after I retired, about 74, 75 in that area.
For how many years, Gordon?
Well, I finished out a term, and the rest of the year for somebody, and then was put on for 2 more years for that same, to finish out that 3-year period. And they wanted me to run again, but I'm a balky fellow, and 2 against 1, and I would figure I was right, and they were 2 against 1, and I wouldn't run. You can't do anything if you've got 2 against you. As long as we're on that subject of select man, they tried to have me, Willard Nugent and different ones, years, and even after the trial was over, they said, "You know, we want to write your name in. Will you take it?" I said, "If I got every vote in the town, I wouldn't take it. I've served that once, and that's it." I served on the school board when they combined the 2 districts, in the outside district and the Cobra town district or village district together. And back then, when they combined them, they had an agreement why there'd be so many from the outside and so many from the inside. And I said, "Well, that's a good agreement. It's all right while people think about it, but as time goes on, they'll forget that, which they have, which is okay. It's the way it should be." But I remember when they started, and I filed for school board, and I met Norman Bungert a few days afterwards, and he said, "I'm not going to campaign for you for school board." He said, "Is that all right with you?" And I said, "Yes." Well, he says, "The reason is," he said, "everybody I see is going to vote for you." So he said, "There's 2 others on there, and Tom Walsh and Don Young, and he said, I want Tom Walsh to be it, so I'm going to campaign for him." I said, "Go ahead, Norm, it won't bother me a mite." And I was at school meeting that year, of course, and Evelyn Lewis, was going to help count the votes, and we were down in the back of the hall. And so before she went up, I went over to her and I said, "You no need to go up there and count the votes. I'll tell you how it's going to come out." I said, "I'll get almost half of the votes. I won't get quite, but I'll get almost half of the votes. Tom Walsh will get 3 votes more than Don Young." They counted the votes a half a dozen times. She came back and she says, "You were right. Tom Walsh got it by 3 votes.
Now, how did you know that, Gordon?
Well, if you're a man about town, you find out just exactly, usually you know about how the things are going to go.
They're
But
mad about
to get it within 3 votes is quite a job. But I guessed, of course, and came out okay.
You sure did.
And I remember I missed one meeting, and it was interviewing a teacher. They didn't call me quick enough, and I was out on the road servicing cows, and I didn't know it till I got home. My wife told me, but it was too late. And I remember that particular teacher, they hired her, but they kept her only 1 year. And it's funny the way that turned out. I remember one other time they were going to interview one for English teacher, and she came from in Maine, probably Portland, I don't remember exact. And she says, and we were sitting in the old corner office where the superintendent used to be at the Colbert Academy, and I sat so I could look outdoors. I always used to like to know what's going on in and out both. And this car drove up, and out gets this nice looking young lady, and I says, if she's the candidate for English teacher, she's got my vote before she comes in. I says, because if I'm going to sit in the classroom, I don't want to look at somebody that isn't pretty. And so she came in and we interviewed her, and she said, well, how could I get to back to Portland, Maine? There's not much transportation here and so on. And Dr. Gifford was on the board at that time, and he said, looked over to her and he said, after you've been here for 2 or 3 weeks and there's nobody that can get you to Portland, Maine, if you want to go, he says, I'll take you.
Did she take the job?
She took the job, married the ag teacher. I can't remember her name.
That was going to be my next question.
And she become Mrs. Palmer.
Palmer. Wilbur Palmer.
Webb Palmer.
Webb Palmer's wife.
Right.
Her name was.
Did you teach quite a few years here at Colbert?
Gee, I don't know that.
No, I don't think
No.
I used to give out these diaries every year, pocket diary. It was
Excuse me.
small enough so to go in the pocket anyway. And of course it had New Hampshire Vermont Breeding Association on it. And on the outside, I remember I gave one to the ag teacher, Webb, and I said, the next time I saw Webb, he said, will you have another one of those diaries? He said, my wife stole mine. And I wait a minute. His girlfriend, it was before he was married. And I said, sure, so I gave him one. And the headmaster happened to be there, and so I gave him one. Either he or a superintendent Knightley. I don't know if it was superintendent.
No.
Whoever. Wouldn't be Knightley.
Ernest Dana.
Well, it wasn't him, it was the headmaster. And I gave the headmaster one.
Mr. Irwin.
Yeah.
No, Hancock?
Yeah, Irwin, that's right. Irwin. And he was what he is. And he pasted something over so that reading didn't show on the outside page. And Webb's girlfriend, she told me about it. I wouldn't have known it because he'd open it up, and she said he always had that cover. She says, I don't cover it up on mine. And the next year when I went to give him one, and I gave him one to give to his wife too, and Webb said, I'm not going to give it to her. You've got to give it to her yourself. So I went into the school and found her. This would be after school, and gave her the diary.
How many years were you on the school board?
I was on just one term, and I really didn't have time to do it. I kept track of the time that I put in, and just for the fun of it. I don't remember what it was now, but it was quite a lot of time. And as I say, I missed only one meeting. And so I told my wife, oh, before I get to that, I've come to interview these teachers, and I was out working. It would be in the middle of the day. And that particular day I would wear coveralls, but I'm sure that the odor from the barns and the silage and so on was in my clothes. And I said, I don't have time to go home. If you want me to do these interviews, you'll take me as I am. And Anne Brungert was on school board at that time, and she says, if nobody wants to sit beside of you, you can sit beside of me because you don't stink so bad as Norm anyway.
That's good.
Wasn't your wife on the school board many years?
Then I told my wife, I said, I haven't got time, and I'm sure you could get it because you're on the outside. And I said, you run for school board. All you got to do is go down to Anne Brungert's and sign up. And she said, I don't want to. And I said, if you don't want to, don't do it. And I never knew that she'd signed up till I see the thing come out. That's how close some of the Davises are.
They don't
Close
talk.
mouth. Sometimes they don't say anything. And of course, the same thing happened when she ran. She got about not quite half of the votes. And the other two, they counted them 3-4 times. And as I remember it, that vote was closer than it was before. I think the other two, it was decided by one vote. She was on for 2 terms, 6 years. And while I was school board, we wanted Mud Stevens to be, I think it was history or social studies teacher, whatever it was. And the state board said, in order to have him, if he doesn't go back to school to update, we won't allow it. And he wasn't able to go. It turned out he wasn't able to teach, but we had hired him. And so the deputy commissioner came up and met with the school board. Probably not for that, but that was brought up about him teaching. And he went around the board, and everybody spoke a piece what they thought. And of course, I knew him personally anyway before he came up there, before he was deputy commissioner, and through VOAG. And he says, we haven't heard from you, Gordon. And I said, no, it'd be just as well if you didn't. And he said, well, we want to hear what you got to say. Everybody's got a right to say. And I said, okay. I said, if the state board wants to meet with some of this board, they can come up into this room. We won't go down there. And we'll thrash it out. And if they beat us, we'll leave, and they can run the school up here. And if we beat them, they can go back to Concord, and we'll run the school. And when they got outside, of course, knowing him before and so on, and he came over to me, and he said, I know exactly how you feel, but somebody's got to go down and meet with the board in Concord. And he said, I know he's confident. They apparently were chums in college together, and he said, I know just how you feel, and I'd feel the same way if I was in your position, but we got to do it according to the way the state board, state administration, or whatever you want to call it, want to do it. Well, the funny thing was, after my wife got on school board, they wanted to make Joan Walsh the librarian when they started the library over
Right, I remember
in
that.
Culbrook Academy, I guess. And she was in the same situation. She didn't have the right credentials. And now she'd set the whole thing up, or helped to. And so somebody had to go down and meet with the state board. It ended up that my wife and Marjorie Parsons went to Concord. And of course Marjorie didn't know that, she said to, when she met the commissioner, he was commissioner then instead of deputy commissioner, and she says, I want to introduce you to Helen Placy. And he said, is that in a relation of Gordon Placy? And she says, oh yes, that's his wife. He says, well, I remember Gordon real well.
What was his name, Gordon? Do you remember?
It was Farnham. What was his first name?
Oh, fun.
Paul Farnham. I knew him because I think he taught VOAG.
He taught no rag.
He taught VOAG before he was deputy commissioner, and that's how I knew him, was teaching and going to FFA meetings and so on. So I got to know him. Stop. Let's have a rest a second.
Okay.
I need to drink of water.
All right. We just took a little break to get glasses of water here. Gordon's going to tell us a little bit more about the auctions.
Well, when Dr. Swale was auctioneering and I was helping Fred Harrigan, because he was administrator, we was at one auction and Roland and I was having fun. We were just pushing the stuff out to be auctioned off in the background, and there was one place where they had 4 or 5 carpenter chests, and one of them was locked, and there was stuff in it. And we wondered what it was, so we took on a screwdriver and unhooked the hinges in back and looked in and saw what was in there was nothing of any value whatsoever. A couple old sap buckets and stuff that rattled in good shape. So when we pushed all the others out, and then we pushed that one out, and they said, you're buying a pig in the poke or some such thing. And Myron Holden was there. And he said, well, I want to be the one that unlocked that chest, so he bought it. And which reminded me of another one after we got the auctioning, and we had an auction on South Main Street someplace, and they had one of the milk pans that they used to set milk in if you
To skim the cream off.
to skim the cream off, just a shallow pan. It was more like a sieve than it was a pan. And George Cummins was there, and he wanted to buy it. Well, he was bidding on it, and Myron Holden had bought a rocking chair, and he was rocking back and forth in the chair, and he kept bidding against George. And finally George quit bidding, and he bought the pan. And so I said, well, what do you want that pan for? And remember, it was full of holes, and he says, I've got a cow that is so short-legged. He says, I want that to use for a milk pail. I'll put it under, he says, and I'll milk into that pan. So, after the auction, and I said, what are you going to do with that pan? And he said, I knew George wanted it so bad. That's the reason I bought it. I didn't want it. He said, I probably will give it to George eventually. I guess that's enough about auction.
What are you going to tell us about that?
Yeah, what do you want now?
Well, what have you got left here?
Hobbies, collection, keys. Keys, that goes right along with auctions, Gordon.
Well, I thought that truck was leading up to the keys.
Keys, locks, and safes.
How did you have to? Bill tells me you have a huge key collection.
Yes, I have. I have 105 boards that I have them displayed on.
105 boards.
That are 14 by 16 inches, and
Gordon's opening a magazine here. With that. Keeper of the Keys by Lucy Wyman. And this book is Collectibles. Magazine called Collectibles. What year? 1984.
That's what Jordan started. It never got through a whole year.
Oh, our child Jordan
Right.
started this magazine Collectibles. And there's a picture of Gordon holding up his boards with all these keys. Want to tell us about that a little bit, Gordon?
Well, at one time, I had, my collection was in an oyster can. And and I decided that I would try to think of some way to display it. And I thought about that for quite a while, and finally I decided that I would take a board and with a burning outfit that Nancy had, my daughter, and I would draw the
Shape of the key?
key of the type I was going to make, display, 3 times the size of the original key in the center of the board, and hang the keys around it, which I did. And I had, all the keys I had were displayed on 12 boards at one time. And as I got keys, I'd keep changing them. And right now I'm in the process of changing them again to make a better display, because I was putting like Yale keys on, all Yale keys on a board of the same shape, and I'm now getting the different makes of keys of the same shape on board, so I'm changing over. I haven't got it all done yet. And I've had a lot of fun. People couldn't open trunks and lost the door keys and so on. And I've been and opened they'd find out what the lock was like and take my keys and go and unlock it, and it tells about it in there. And then I never charge for it. I just have the fun of doing it. And if I tell them that I don't want any money, but if they got any keys they're going to throw away, throw them my way.
And I've been throwing keys away.
And I remember one time Phyllis Frizzell had been working for somebody, as I understand it, that sold stuff for horses, saddles and that stuff. And when she got through working, he said, "You can have anything that I've got in the store here that you want. I want to give it to you." She chose a dome top trunk. And so I was, of course, working for her father and mother when I was servicing cows, and they said, "Would you have a key that would fit that trunk?" And I looked at the trunk and I said, "The next time I'm coming out to my folks, which lived right beyond them," I said, "I'll stop and see if I can unlock the trunk." Usually it took quite a while, so I got the trunk in a good position, so I wouldn't have to bend over and all, and had the board with the keys of that particular type. And about the 3rd key, opened the trunk. And I looked in. They were eating supper, the family was. And I looked into the trunk and I said, "Finders keepers, right?" And I thought Billy Frizzell was at the table and he almost tipped the table over. He thought there was something real good in that. When I said that, he came over and looked, and all it was a couple old newspapers.
How'd you happen to get into the hobby of collecting keys, Gordon?
I don't know. I just started, I guess, when I was a kid, and I had them just collected them, that's all. And as when I was working, if there was an auction, I tried to work around it and go to any auction that had keys advertised, and all the auctioneers knew what I was there for. And when George Clements used to come up here and have auctions, I'd go while he was setting up the stuff of the day before. I'd have to go by sometime during the day in my job. And when he'd see me, he'd say to whoever was in charge, he says, "Show Gordon the locks and keys." And I remember this one place in particular up in Pittsburgh was having an auction, and Willis Washburn, when I got to the auction, he said, "Now you've been stealing the keys, and you're not going to steal these." And I had made up my mind how much I was going to bid when I'd seen them the day before. And he quit before I did, so I still got the keys.
Let's have a lot of old padlocks and safes too.
I have at least 300 old padlocks.
Wow.
And some people collect brass keys, some collect the barrel type keys, and some just like hotel, motel keys and so on. But I've got any key I can get a hold of, I've still got.
So you have
Except the ones I give away if it will fit. And I never charge. I've given to Mrs. Gerard Roy and Leonard Wheeler and Milton Adair and Irwin Parkhurst and Helena Hurlbut, and even George Clements, who was an auctioneer, when he had the auction for
Don't look at me.
I thought I got to look at something. Used to be Skinny Norris's brothers.
Clark Norris.
Clark Norris.
Dr. Norris.
When Mrs. Norris had the auction, and there was a roll-top desk, and when George saw me in the morning, and he said, "Would you have a key that would fit that desk?" And I said, I went and looked, and I brought my keys down, and I tried them all, and none of them would work. And there was some keys for sale there. So I bought the keys, and the minute I looked at the keys, I said, "The keys to the roll-top desk is in there, I'm sure." I went over and unlocked the desk. So I gave the key back to whoever bought the
So
desk.
he could almost tell by looking. You must have thousands of keys, Gordon.
I have probably 20,000.
My God, almighty.
I'm in the process of counting them. I had them counted at one time, and when that article was written, I had between 11 and 1,200. I mean,
11 and
12,000.
12,000.
That was in 1984.
So everyone knows what to give Gordon for presents. Give him a key.
Is all antiques?
In the safe you asked about, I just happened to have 7. When I filled one, I'd buy another one.
With money?
Huh?
Fill it with money or?
Yeah, filled with money. And coins, bicentennial coins, and Grange, different coins for Grange, different anniversaries, and a lot of foolish things. And I bought anything I could, like in coins, the proof sets of Canada and the United States. I bought 3 sets, and they belong to my 3 children. And my wife, I had it, which one would have which safe and so on, and so I assume that that will be the way it'll go. But they're going to have
You should put your keys in the Smithsonian Institute.
well, I didn't realize that keys go. I have some of everything. When Everett Wiggle wrote his book, he asked me if he could. He didn't have a lot of the things that he wanted to put in the book, and so he asked me if he could come up and take pictures, and he did. And I guess that none of them came out. And then somebody that knew more about taking pictures came up and took the pictures. And a lot of the pictures of the antiques in his book, actually, from me.
Are your
And I have a collection of bells. I have a collection of axes. I have a collection of saws.
ice tongs?
I have a collection of ice stones. I have a collection of different traps. I have a collection of the old horse-drawn tools, the tools that you used for the old horse-drawn tools, or machinery, like mowing machines and so on.
Oh, the tools that you use to
They used
repair them?
for those particular things. And
What kind of bells, boy?
well,
Sleigh
I've got what they call the hip bells and the string bells that go around the belly, and I've got the ones that go on the shafts of the sleigh.
Gordon has an old newspaper here.
This has nothing to do with those. And I can't think of anything else on antiques right this minute. Well, I've got a lot of small things. There's just one.
Just more sugar tools, haven't you?
No. The only thing I've got is what they used to test the sugar years ago.
Oh, yeah.
The sample, when they didn't used to make syrup and put it into sugar. And if it went to the Candrake factory over in St. Johnsbury, they had to have it had to be hard. If they had a tool that they ground down into it, and if they didn't have if there was any syrup showed up in that hole, they wouldn't buy it. It had to be dry.
Oh.
That's what you're talking about, Bill.
So what did you call the tool?
I don't know what it is.
Core sampler first.
Coarse and maple sugar.
Just a thing with a wooden handle on, you
Oh,
turn
sure.
it down into the sugar.
Right.
And
See?
Take
Yeah,
out a
right.
core.
Take out a core. Sure. This is the Colorado County Democrat, Thursday, December 4th, 1975. There's a picture of Gordon holding up his some of his keys on the boards, and it says, "This man has the key."
look who wrote it.
Tell us who wrote it.
Dennis Jost.
Dennis Jones, 1975. If I'm very careful, you don't let me photocopy that? Good. Okay. Thank
I
you,
happen to
Gordon.
think I didn't get it out when I did that other.
That's quite a
I have one safe that is you close with a lock. It doesn't have combination. That came from that was Dean Stickney.
Dean Stickney, no.
That would be Rick Stickney's father. I tried to get to the auction. I wanted to buy that safe because I still had some junk to put in the safe again. I was getting filled up with my others, and so I tried to be there, but I had so many calls I couldn't make it, and the safe was sold before I got there, and so I didn't expect to get it. Well, they asked me. They said, "What were you going to were willing to pay for the safe if you'd have been here?" And I said, $50. And it so happened that whoever bought it, they couldn't take it. They didn't have room to take it. And I guess they had given $50 for it. And they said, "We wish we could sell that." And the auctioneer called me, and that's how it came about. I think it was a gooch. And so I took it off his hands, up the safe. I got the one Charlie Jackson had down in his potato shed, and I got the one that some Aldrich had up in Stewartstown, and it had gone through different hands, but I got that one. I got the Calcinet place safe, and that's enough about safes, I guess. What else did you want to know?
You said something that interested me. You said the safes were full, so you had to get another one. So you keep your own valuable papers and things in the safe. So
Yeah,
you actually use these safes.
Oh yes, I didn't buy them for a collection of safes. It just happened to come that way. I have one in. I have one in by the bed. They're filled with proof sets.
Proof sets.
Coins.
U.S. Mint. Sure.
And the other things which I mentioned before, I have when England changed their money, the way it used to be, the way it is now. I don't know how it happened, but I just happened to get a hold of 3 sets of the last year they coined the old one, and the 3 sets of the time when the new one. I never tried to get any more, but I do have those while they changed over.
Very good collection.
Also, in the collection, I have all of the state liquor bottles they sold. I tried to get 3 each of those, but there was maybe 2 or 3 that I couldn't get 3 of. But while I could, I got 3.
I've got 3 of them, I think, and I thought that was pretty good.
I don't know how many there is. It must be about 15, 16.
Yeah, quite good.
You play cribbage, Gordon?
He tried.
Yeah, I tried.
Here we go. Go ahead, Gordon.
I haven't got much to say on cribbage, except that since I retired, I can't do nothing else, and I do play cribbage quite a lot. Up to 14. I bought 5 or 6 of those state houses.
That's nice.
I had a lot of those.
Sorry, Gordon. Back to
I don't remember.
How many games of cribbage do you average a year?
Well, probably 14, 1,500. I kept games of cribbage. I've kept track of it. I remember one year was 1,400 and something, and 1,200 and something. There was a lot of them.
Now, have you ever had what they call a perfect game?
29 hands.
Oh, I've had 329 hands. That's right. My little Scotsman used to be in Washman's boarding house. Mrs. Washman, across from the post office now, used to play in Texaco when Otis Woodard ran it, and I went back there early one day to pick up Rule Gathercole to go out to ride with me. And while I was waiting for Rule, because I knew he was going to come to ride with me that afternoon, this little Scotsman with his curly pipe down there, he says, "We've got to have a game. Nobody else around. Usually we play four-handed in there." And he dealt me a 29 hand. I had to have the five of diamonds cut. Some years later, my wife and I were playing, and she dealt me a 29 hand. I had to have the five of diamonds cut.
Same cat.
And about 3-4 years ago, I was at Thanksgiving dinner up to Bob and Joanne Davis's, and they were looking at some of that board video that's supposed to be funny. It wasn't funny to Harold and I, so we went out in the kitchen and were playing cribbage, and Harold dealt me a hand, and I had to have the five of diamonds got
Yes.
to get the 29.
Now that is something.
And I was, Pelly and Janice invited me for dinner one day, and when it got through, Pelly says, "We ought to have a game of cribbage." I guess Harold had left, and so I think it was the first hand that I dealt. I dealt him 29 hands, and he had to have the five of top.
Still five.
And well, you got to have the five.
Gotta have the five.
Jack hand.
You have the jack, and it goes in three of the fives, and that other five has to match it. If it doesn't, you get the other five. You've got a 28 hand instead of 29. And I dealt the same hand to Fred Bouillard. How do you pronounce that? At 29 hand, and he had never played cribbage till Irwin Bennett taught him at senior meals. And he got to where he was, with what Irwin showed him and what I showed him, he was a pretty good player. And I dealt him that 29 hand that particular day, and you never saw anybody so tickled of anything in your life as he was. And he took that deck of cards, he says, "It never will be played with again," because I got a 29 hand with it, and he took them home with him and had the new deck the next time. Now we're playing cribbage. We have a club in town which is called the Cribbage Cohort, and we've got up to where we've had as many as 28. We're having a lot of fun. Anybody wants to play cribbage, they should come up. Guess that's enough on cribbage.
This is on Monday night on
Monday night. Country Club.
Anything else, Gordon, that you would like to tell us about?
Well,
Sounds like you're a busy man here.
yeah, well, you can, whatever you say here. Well, Herb Forrest was a great friend of my father's, and he used to come there and stay some and so on. And he used to had a truck. And he used to carry bring the hay from the back place in for us, and so on. And the bears would get in the sheep, and we set a trap the way it's supposed to be set, and so on. And we didn't have very good luck that year. While we were setting the trap, we know why. We looked up on the hill overlooking while we were setting the trap, and the bear was watching. But the next year we tried it again, and we set a trap. We borrowed the trap from Billy Keyser, and we got a bear in the trap, and we tried to follow him. We had to drag an elm probably 4 or 5 inches through and about 8 or 10 feet long that we had the chain of the trap hitched to, and we went around that pasture when we looked and looked and we couldn't find it. We found why we thought it had gone across the fence, but we weren't sure. And later we found out we were sure that apparently what he did was took that drag, that log, put it over his shoulder,
Yeah.
and walked out of went up and went over a pegged wire fence into an old fire the blowdown of Paul. And this was on Walter Flanders. And when Walter Flanders cut the Paul, he found why one of the trees had partially fallen over. Why the bear had gone up on top of the tree, had let the drag hang down over. I don't know exactly how it was, and apparently jumped off. And he freed himself from the trap, but the trap wasn't that strong. It wasn't a real bear trap. It was really a wolf trap or something like that, and it pulled the jaws right out for the trap. But he got away.
Some smart bear.
Well, how else How else would you do it? You go up this old big tree, windfall, after it's gone across the fence, and done that. So we got the trap back, and I took it back to the owner, but it was no good.
You used to work on the road didn't you work for Herb Forest on the road? Shoveling gravel into the dump cats?
No.
You did.
No.
You got
Herb Forest?
Herb
Oh, Arthur Forest.
worked on the road. Stewartstown Road.
Well, I worked on the road, building the road from Stewartstown Hall to Clarksville line, but that was under Chet North. And I remember 2 things like that. I remember one time Roy Farnham lived where Sealand Hodge does now. I guess you'd call him George, but his name is Sealand. He's Sealand Hodge Jr. And Roy Farnham didn't know how to drive a pair of horses. And he would say get up to him, and he kept shoving the reins. And Chet went along to him one day. He said, when you come back after dinner, he said, you start those reins. He says, you can push more with the reins than the horses can pull. He also, up above JCK4, Kenny Ford, there's a big turn. And when they built the road up there, they didn't put the grill, is that what they call it? So they had this culvert, the iron what?
Yeah.
In before they put the culvert in. And Chet came along to Royalties and he said, you come with me, took an iron bar and a shovel and a pick. And the road was all built above that. He took us down there and he said, we got to have this big enough to put this grill in. And the slant of the ledge slanted towards the head of the culvert. If it had been the other way, it would have been easy to chip it out. Well, we picked and with the iron bar, we picked with the pick and so on. And after we'd been down there for half a day, Chet came down, wanted to know what the trouble was. He didn't have it done. And I said, well, to begin with, you didn't do it right. You should have dug the hole before you put the culvert in. It was all tied over and everything then. And I said, I didn't like this job when he brought it down because I could see that we weren't going to make any progress. I'd like it to show that I've done something. But I said, we've done the best we can. He says, well, he says, you don't know how to do it. He says, let me have that iron bar. Well, he pecked away at that ledge for about 5 minutes. He said, I guess you're doing a good job. He left. He never bothered us. Took us about 2 days to clean that out. He didn't bother us anymore on that. But I remember being up on the bank, using the pick and this was all done when that was built, except the last year of traveling with horses and dump cars. And so there was sloping the bank up near where Frankie Longfellow lives, this side, and there was some ledge in there. I remember Joe Owen, he was pecking away, and you could see cracks in the ledge. And I'm a lazy man, and so I would see that crack, and I just keep pounding in that. And I'd get a chunk to take 3-4 men to put in the dump car. And Joe had thought that was a mean trick to do, because they were hollering when I'd do it. But I didn't want to work as he did. And he'd try to break it up smaller, But whatever, probably the bigger the chunk, the better it suited me. I got it out of the way.
Somebody else haul it.
Somebody else. I was using my father's, driving my father's team just above Georgetown Hollow, when they first started and were sloping the bank there. And they had, Lee Blodgett was helping to dump. And my father had a pair of horses, and when they started backing, they backed. And he was supposed to put a trig to stop it. And my father had taken him a good big trig, but he started he just used a fence post. So it never stopped. I went over the bank, dumped cat, horses and all. With the dirt, I dumped it. But it wasn't up by he wanted it. He used I had to go to Frank Richard. He had a blacksmith shop there in Georgetown Hollow. Got the dump back fixed and went back and told the boss, I said I lost 2 hours because he didn't trick me and had to go and get the dump cat fixed so I could go back to work. So you can dock 2 hours, but they never docked the time.
Where was the blacksmith shop?
We're right there in the corner of Barrock Road in Route 3 in front of the town, not in front of the town hall, but to the side of the town hall.
You mean Route 145.
145 in Far Rock, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right by the town.
Yeah. And how old were you then, Gordon?
Well, I did that when I was, the last of being in grammar school, and
First.
and when I was retired, I got retired between going to high school.
While you were waiting to attend high school.
That's right. And back then, you got only everybody in town wanted to work on the road, and I usually got 2 weeks because I would be on the first time they had anybody hired anybody, and they go through everybody, and then they'd start over again. You'd have another week. I remember one time up there that select man from West Georgetown, Matty, can't think of his first name, ran a garage. He was also a select man, and his son was lazy, and I guess my brother was a little. And Chet had them cutting the poles that they would make a grade with, and so on. And they hadn't brought any poles lately, and he went and he found the both of them asleep in the shade. And I can't think of anything else on the road.
How much an hour did you get?
We got $3. We got $18 for 6 days for a 9-hour day. And then what's Ralph Lynch's father's name was? Kenneth Lynch.
Kenneth.
I tell my son-in-law, Ralph Lynch, about his father worked for Chet Noyes, and he also was road agent. And so we would work on patrol 8 hours, and we got $3.20 a day for 8 hours on patrol. It was more than it was on construction. And Kenneth and I would work our 8 hours on that, and we'd work 3-4 hours for the town. And for the town, we got only, I don't know, $1.30 an hour. No, I mean, $1.32 a day, I think it was, working for the town. And when we was on patrol, you can see how foolish we both were. They don't do that anymore. We would go in John Owen's gravel pit, and we would time ourselves to see how quick we could load the truck with gravel, and then we'd go spread it in the holes or wherever we needed to on the road, and the next time we'd go back after another load and we'd see if we could better the time.
That was with shovels.
With shovels? With shovels?
Just with a shovel, yeah. And which was, now, if they had to have a load of gravel put on by shovels, I don't think it'd get 2 men to shovel it on. If they couldn't get a payloader, it never would be loaded.
Probably right. How long did it take you to shovel a truckload of dirt? Gravel.
I don't remember
Don't
that,
remember? I'm
but
surprised
it was pretty fast. And when the last year or so, when they were hauling with trucks, Guy Placy was the boss in the pit. and you could load about 3 trucks at a time. That's how many they'd have, about 6 men around each truck. And the state came up and they said, at the distance you're going, we do not understand how you're putting out gravel, the cheapest of any place we've had in the state. How does that happen? And imagine Woodard was one of them that was running, that had a truck on them. And he would drive that truck all the while in it, and I guess he took it out of gear and let it come down by Kenneth Ford right down through Variflyer. And the rest tried to keep up with him, you see, so to keep the turn. And we shoveled just as fast as we could shovel, because Guy Placy said if you have a rest, you can shovel faster. So Chet would come down and he'd think, well, gee, you've got some men resting. He said, that's the way to have it. They shovel faster, you get a load quicker. And what to do is back those trucks up to the bank. You'd have 2 men scooping it in as fast as they could from the rear, and then 2 on each side shoveling in, and we shoveled as fast as you could shovel all is in there, because you knew you were going to get a rest if you got it shoveled quick enough. And
That was the secret.
and they told how much cheaper it was per yard to get the gravel up there. And we had only one truck driver. They wouldn't pay him any more if he loaded. He had a bigger body than anybody else. And he had a and he'd shovel a few shovels himself, because usually the driver was supposed to shovel. And then he'd get up on and he'd keep leveling that so it wouldn't be above that line. And after he got off of that, he had it loaded, because we shoveled just as fast as we could to bother him, so that he would get more than his yard, 2 yards or whatever it was.
Now, how about George Capon? We haven't heard a thing about George. You used to play cribbage with him, didn't you?
Oh, I played cribbage with him and Rule Gathercall. Well, while I was working in Rule Gathercall in the winter, the only time that he didn't ride with me all winter long was when he was helping Harry Lang grade potatoes. And it so happened when I was the calls, I couldn't go across from East Colebrook to Bear Rock region, and so I would have to go back into town. So every time we went through town, we would stop and have our 3 games of cribbage.
3 games of cribbage.
Because they were playing in there all day long in the back then. And oh, look at that too.
I'd forgotten that.
So yes, I used to play with George Capon, and George Capon used to ride with me a lot. He'd ride in the summertime also.
Was he a Colebrook native?
He was a Vermonter, and he used to ride with me, and he used to think up the funniest things to do. What he was, people would think that he was an atheist. I guess that's what you call it. But I don't really think he was. I remember when Reverend Greaser, is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He liked George and he'd come in while I was playing cribbage and watch us play cribbage, uh, uh, a lot of times.
Where did you have these 3 games of cribbage?
At the Texaco by Otis Wood.
Right.
Right.
Where you said it.
Yeah.
Now the picture.
Now the picture.
Oh yeah. I was trying to think what to say. One example, George and I were going along one day, and we go down to Columbia Bridge, and the beavers had cut a lot of poplars there. And he says, let's we stop and get some of those chips. We'll take them back to Earl Keith. Earl Keith worked from sometime 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think, to 10 o'clock that night at the Texaco also. And he said, we went and picked out the biggest chips, put them in the trunk of the car, and he said, we'll tell Earl that the beavers had cut them. And he said, and of course he liked to tell things that were honest, but he didn't want people to believe it. Because he was known to be, he'd stretch the truth, a little. And so we found some big chips and put them in, and I always stopped and gassed up. That's the last thing I did when I got through at night at Texaco, and so we opened up the trunk and showed Earl the chips, and he said he didn't, and Chet didn't. I mean, he didn't believe it, but they were really from the beavers. And they were pretty big chips. I didn't realize till we got down there that they did have such big chips. He liked Vermont paddages better than he did New Hampshire paddages. And I used to take him in Vermont in hunting season to carry a shotgun. I'd shoot the paddages in New Hampshire, and he would in Vermont. And I took him up on the old Maxie Holbrook place one afternoon. We were going up, and we met the game warden. Oh, we didn't know it was a game warden, but coming down in the road was a cut. There was no place to meet, and I thought somebody that had more business up there than I did. I was bothering him, so I backed out and stopped at the fork of the road. And this car came barreling down out of there and stopped, and I was stopped. George and I were visiting. Came up on my side of the car. It was a game warden, Vermont game warden. There were 2 of them. Seymour was the name of one, but the other one I don't remember the name. And he motioned on me to roll down the window. So I rolled down the window, and he said, trying to get away from me, huh? Now I was packed. And I said no, and he saw the shotgun between us. And he said, who does the hunting? George spoke up, and he said, I do it in Vermont, and Placy does it in New Hampshire. He said, okay, I want to see your license. Have you got a license? George said, yes, I've got a license. But I don't know if it's this year's, or last year's, or next year's. So, he handed it over by me over to the game warden. The game warden looked at it, and he said, what did you say your name was? He said, George Capeham. And he always emphasized Capeham. And he said, well, that isn't what's written on here. And I'm awful nosy and don't think I do things on the spur of the moment. I grabbed that license out of the game warden's name, and I looked at it, and I said, it doesn't look like George Capeham. But I said, that's what it is, and after you find him, I know, he bought the license, I took him in to get it, and after you find him up in Canaan, and, he can't write, so you can read it, as you can see. And so he said to George, you haven't signed that. You got to sign the license. And George said, okay. And, then he told us, I was going to take him up in that old orchard and so on to get him the package. But he told us to go along. They were going to stay there a while, so we went along. And the first place I stopped, can't remember where it was, but anyway, I took my pen out and I said to George, you sign that license. He says, I'm not going to. I said, either sign the license or walk home. So he signed it. And another thing, he was, well, I just got, before I got out of the package thing, he didn't get a package. And we didn't happen to get one over there. So I shot one in New Hampshire and I took it to him, gave it to him. And the next time I saw him, I said, how was the package? He said, well, it was all right, he said, but that New Hampshire package isn't as good as the Vermont one. He said the Vermont ones are more juicier and they're double-breasted. He liked, he used to ride with me and we'd be over to Norton, and every once in a while he'd say, well, I got to go up to Nelson's store. And you can go up to Nelson's store in the States and, go in through the door, and you can go into the store in Canada when you're in the store. And the reason he wanted to stop, he wanted English tea. He said it was better than any tea you could get here, and you could get English tea in that end of the store in Canada.
Canadian.
So I used to stop to get him, so he could get his English tea. And another thing that he said, the only place that they had decent bananas in the North Country was that store neighbor. What's the name of that girl? Jeanette Roy. Jeanette Roy. And she kept the bananas down cellar. There was a trap door, and she'd go down cellar and get the bananas if you wanted to buy bananas. So, well, quite often he'd say, well, you got to stop. I want some decent bananas. And they were good. And they must have been special because she never had any small bananas. They were always those great, big, nice, long bananas. And that's why George liked it. Oh, part of this, I'm going to have to shut the tape off. But we were going out to Norton one day and came upon the sisters when they were running the school here in the Old Monadnock School. They were going out to Sherbrooke to a teachers' convention. And they had a flat tire on that old Plymouth station wagon they had. And so I always like to do my Boy Scout deed for the day, and I stopped and helped him to change the tire. And I didn't know where the flat tire was. We finally found it, and under some of the floorboards of the thing anyway. And after we got the tire change, the Mother Superior said, how much you owe you? And I said, you don't owe me anything. I said, I do this and I don't want to pay for it. I'm glad to do it. And she says, well, I want to pay you. And I said, no. And she insisted. And I don't know just what kind of guys they have, but she put.
Go ahead.
I got back in the car and I said to George, how happened you didn't get out? And he said, I didn't. I was afraid I would say something that I hadn't ought to in front of the sister. Period.
And he probably would
I don't know what. I was going. We were going up Route 3 one day, and there was a bus in Canada that was stuck in the mud. And I don't know what they was off the road for. I don't remember if it was they slipped off or what. But anyway, and the way George was, he said, and there was a priest or father standing outside of the bus. And he says, I don't know what to wait for somebody to pull the bus out. All he'd have to do was wave his hand over and he could get the bus out. So that's what I mean by George being sacrilegious or whatever you want to call it. You can put that in any way you want. But he used to come down to the, when Ralph Jenkins had a funeral parlor, well, across from the Farmers and Traders Bank, or something. And George would come down to Texaco in the evening, and there'd be somebody in there, and he didn't know, and he'd say, well, I wonder who Slippery Elms got on the skids tonight. And of course, Slippery Elms was Ralph Jenkins.
Right.
And so when George passed away, I guess Herbert Gadwall and I were about the only ones that went into the funeral parlor. And when I went in through the door, Ralph was in there, and he said, well, George can't go to Texaco tonight and ask who's on the skids. And I said, and it's winter time, and I can't get him any flowers, because I said he absolutely told me that what he wanted for flowers, I said he wanted bull thistle, paintbrush, and buttercups, and something like that. And I said, if I bought him some flowers that you can get now and brought them in here, and Ralph finished it up, he said he'd turn over in his casket, because you can't get what he wants, and he said you're doing the right thing, you shouldn't get anything. And at the funeral, I remember there was Herbert Gadwall and I. When I went in, Ralph said, will you go and sit with Mrs. Sutton? Because she came in alone. So I went and sat with her. And up on the other side of the river there, in-law of George's was there also. I can't think of it. He was administrator of the estate.
Prince?
No. I knew it, and I should have wrote that down when I had it in my mind. I forgot it. George came into the Texaco one night, and he had bought a new pair of shoes. This was in the wintertime. And they had white soles. And he let everybody know. He said, I bought these shoes with white soles so they couldn't track me in the snow.
George who now?
George Capon, I'm talking about.
Oh, the same. We're back to George. Yeah, right.
Still on George Capon.
Yeah. Sounds like quite a character.
That's probably enough. Well, we were up on Canaan Hill, and he used to be a great friend of Dr. Sutton, the dentist. And we were coming down off Canaan Hill, and Gadwall was grading the road. It was right by the brook. It's close to the road. And he got his grader over as far as he could, and stopped it. He got out, and he says, I think you've got room to go by. And of course, George was on the side where the brook was. And So I very carefully went along, and we just about broke, and I got through. And when I got through, George says, the next time, he says, you stop long enough for me to get out before we drive by. He says, I went into that river once. I guess it was Dr. Sutton. I guess they were probably had been drinking, and they ended up in that brook up there over the bank. And he told me about that afterwards because he hadn't told me before. But the reason he said why he didn't want to ride across to the brook. That's enough about him, isn't it?
How about some of the other old cronies that used to hang around? Oldest Woodland
Harry Bunnell.
Harry Bunnell. You must have some stories about that.
Willis Holden.
Yeah.
Well, Harry Bunnell, I don't remember if he played cricket, but he used to like to play 63. And he would slap those, if he had, like he'd get the ace, king, and queen, and he'd bid and get the bid, and he'd slap that down, and he'd say, how do you like that? And he'd put the king down. And I really don't know too much about Harry. Well, I do know when he would go down to Groton with Ellsworth, and I said to Harry, because he used to like to drink once in a while, I said to him, well, you're pretty close to the liquor store down there, because the flower shop has mixed the liquor commission. He said, yeah. He said, I don't have to go in. He said, if I want to drink, I lay down on the floor and rap on the wall. And he said they had a tube through there, and they'd pour it right into it. Yeah, thinking about Harry, of course, Harry Bunnell and was a relative, and Guy Kidder was a relative. And I remember when they built the new road through town, uh, they had it dug down about 3 or 4 feet below the sidewalk. And I drove up to the sidewalk to get my package back when it was liquid semen, and went into the post office and was standing in line that Mabel Lynch was tending. And when I got up to the window, Curtis Bailey was in back of me. I got up to the window. Mabel said, isn't it awful? I said, what's awful? She says, well, the way they got that street dug then. And I said, oh, I said, that's nothing. I said, I just heard them talking. They're going to dig it another foot deeper. She says, they are? And I said, yes. She says, what for? And I said, so it's deep enough for trout. And she looked back by me and she said to Curtis Bailey, she says, well, you'd think he was related to Harry Bunnell and Guy Kidder, wouldn't you? And I says, I am, but I was.
How are you related to it? Cousins?
I don't know. Well, that's on my mother's side. The Kidders, you see, her grandparents were one side were Kidders. And I don't know exactly. I just know it's related. Probably no closer than I am to Bill, but we're related.
You're related to Bill.
Do you ever have any dealings with Lovell Oaks?
Lovell Oaks? Yeah. Well, what kind of dealings you want to know about?
I think, you told me something in the shop one day. I don't know.
Well, of course, he signed up to breed cows, and I bred a few cows for him. And Okay.
I can't think of anything specific. I know you mentioned level oaks a couple of times.
No.
Well, one, was two, three things maybe. One thing was that he was, uh, he didn't want to breed, artificially. But he rented or had a bull he got from a cattle buyer or something, and it brought in shipping fever, and it spoiled his whole herd. They got the shipping fever, and I guess the veterinarian uh, told him what had happened and so on. And anyway, did well. He didn't want to pay me. He didn't pay me. He owed me, and I tried to collect it a couple of times, and I didn't. I never run after that because I didn't want to get any more money involved in it. And so I said, he and my father rode together to the legislature, and he said, if we got to talking, he said, I never paid Gordon for all the services he did for me. And he said, does he lose that or does the company lose it? My father said, well, he loses it. He has to send it into the cooperative. And, he said, if that's the case, if he's the one losing it, he said, I'll pay him. And he did. He paid me. Is that what you were thinking about?
Anybody think of any?
Oh.
I don't think you're going to say that one, boy.
No, I wondered what it was. That's why.
Anybody think of anything else before we wind down here?
Well, I've got a lot of things that I
You've
haven't.
got a lot of things. Oh, okay, Gordon.
But like that, when I got that award, that gold award,
Gold
I
award.
told you about, and I was telling David Collins, I said, they have awards they give for doing nothing. And I told him about that one. So the Eastern Star, they had an award that they give to members for doing nothing. It's called the Spooner. I thought I had it written here. Shut that off a second. I got the Spooner Quimby Award from the Star. The first year that they gave it out. Each chapter can give one a year if they want. They have never given only the one they gave to me. And I've never been in, just Sentinel on the outside. And that's why I say it's for nothing.
Well,
but of course, I sell the tickets for the banquets and do a lot of other things too. But it's given to somebody that doesn't have a high office. And that's the same thing with that gold award. It's given to somebody that hasn't been in the high office that is busy. The reason to give it to me, I have like the gold award, I have an office in every one of the things. They even mentioned when they gave me the award, they even mentioned the grains too.
Because you're so active.
Yeah.
So you did.
The Eastern Star mixed up with Eastern's insemination.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Eastern up there, and I was trying to find that, and I knew I had it written down.
How many years were you sentinel at the Eastern Star?
I have no idea.
A lot of years, I have a feeling.
I have no idea.
A lot of years, Gordon?
Oh yeah.
Well, then I think it's not for nothing.
I don't know if they do this, and now I'm just getting back to something else. You'll have to get them all together.
Okay.
When I graduated from grammar school, they had a graduation that combined class day and graduation here. But of course, the west side had all of the valedictorians, salutatorians, class grouch, and those things, because the ones on the east side didn't know anything. And Cleora Dillon had us, Willard Knights and Shirley Placy and the ones that, and Ben Danforth and the ones that graduated that year, down to the Hall of School and played the organ and had that match, I don't know how many nights after school. Practicing. So that when we got over there, we could do it right. And I think the name was Miss Wheeler, that was a teacher in West Georgetown. And she, when we were going to have baccalaureate service, Sunday afternoon, she said, I can't stand it to watch those walk in, because those from the east side are going to spoil it. And she went in the corner and cried. And there was the west side that screwed the thing up. It wasn't over here in the east side, because we'd been practicing and did it. And she realized that, But at graduation, we had to, the ones that on the east side had to write an essay, and they had to learn it, and you gave it from memory, And it was funny. I didn't get the thing down here. I forgot it. I thought I had it in that book. I wrote on Philippine independence back in 1932.
And you still have it.
And I still have the thing, and I was going to bring it down and show it to you, and I forgot it. And it came out just as I said back in 1932, which is kind of funny. I don't know how it happened, but that's what happened.
You kind of predicted what was going to happen.
Yeah. Of course, I had a lot of dates and figures and so on in that speech. And I remember, of course, rehearsing before we went over there, and you had to have it so you knew it. We were going to school, and of course, we lived across from 145 over above Lad Pond, and I was practicing my speech, and I was up on top of the hill, back of the house. And when we went to school the next day, Bueller and Mabel Stanton, which was over on 145, they told the teacher, they said, God knows his speech. We heard him tell it last night. They heard me up on that hill, clear across over there. And I remember that I don't think they have that kind of graduation from grammar school now, do they?
Some of the schools still do.
They do. I didn't know. I just thought I'd bring it up. And now, back when I was breeding cows, here's something that was kind of funny. I went up to Roy Gray's one day, and it was in the middle of winter, and the wind was blowing, and the ice, it was icy, and the wind had blown the snow across the ice, and it made it just as slippery as it could possibly be. It was shined right out.
This is the Indian Stream.
Indians. I was going to ask you that. Pittsburgh, Indian Stream. Yep.
And Roy always came out when I stopped, so he came out, and he also smoked a pipe. And he came out of the house, and he had a path from the house to the van that was shoveled out nice, right down by it was dry ice. And when he came out of the house, and he hadn't made only about 3 steps when he hit that path, when down he went, and he went down so hard, he bit the stem right off his pipe, and it was funny, but I was afraid it would hurt him, and I was trying to keep from laughing. And he began to laugh, and I helped him up, and I said, "Did it hurt you?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Well, where did you get the stuff to sand this path?" And he had gone in and he'd taken some chaff from the barn, from the hay barn, and it had all these little small round seeds. That's what made it slip down. It was just like marbles on the ice.
Sure.
Another thing that was funny, when we were having the annual meeting over at the Cobra House one year, I was sitting at the same table with Ellen and Grady Lyons, the area manager, and Bruce Wheeler. And the tickets that they had bought, which I had sold for them to go to the meeting, I said, "Now everybody put the name on the back of the ticket, and I'll collect them for the door prize." Or door prizes, you had more than one. And so I got up, and Eleanor or somebody at the table said, "I should go put your name in." I said, "No, I don't want to win it." And I said, "If I put it in, it would be drawn." And so I got a hat or a box or something to collect the tickets in. So I was at this table, and they were all sitting there. So I said, "Put the tickets in there." Eleanor says, "Yeah, you want me to put my ticket in there? It'll be on the bottom, so it won't be drawn." And then she was trying to bother me, and of course, then I pulled the thing back and I wouldn't take her ticket. I go to the next table, and Frederick Granville put his ticket in, and I went clear around, collected them, come back, and collected the tickets at my table then, and shook them up in good shape. And there was a young lady just starting out as DHIA testing, and I said, "Well, she ought to be honest enough to file the ticket." So she drew the ticket. She drew out a ticket with my name on it. And I said, "Well, I don't want to be drawn, so you put that one aside and draw another ticket." So she drew out Frederick Rainville. And of course, I couldn't help it. And I said, "Look, Eleanor," I said, "Look, you'd have put your ticket in when I gave you the chance. You'd have been the winner." And what they had done after I'd left, because I had said that I would, if I had my name in, it would be drawn. So they put it in to prove that it wouldn't be, and it was. The area manager and Bruce, I think, did it. So there was about a week or two afterwards at a DHIA meeting, the same place, and my wife and I were sitting with Grady and Eleanor, and I had sold most of the tickets for the DHIA thing as I went around anyway to help them out, to the farmers. I said to Eleanor, I said, "I don't want the prize, but to show that my name will be drawn, I'm putting my name on the back of the ticket for the door prize and putting it in but I'm not going to take the prize. But I just want to show you that if my name is in there, it'll be drawn. And so they went around, collected all the tickets, and drew out the name, and it was Gordon Placy. And she said, "You think you're smart." Well, you know Eleanor probably
Yes,
better
I
than
know
I do.
Eleanor very well. Probably not better than you do, but I do know.
We had a lot of fun.
Anything else, Gordon?
Well, I don't know if I said back when I was breeding cows and they made me, they said you'd have to, I did, about going and soliciting business, which I didn't. So there was a fellow, Gerald Whitaker, moved over from Baton, Vermont, and Dalton Hunt was a technician over there, and he says, "Well, Gerald Whitaker's moving into your territory, and I'll let you know now before he ever gets there that you will never breed any cows for him." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Well, he breeds his own. He has his own tank and breeds his own." And I said to Dalton, "If he gets into my territory, I'm going to breed cows for him." And so I went down one day after he moved over, and he was below Mildred Hooks. And Mildred Hooks says, "Do you know Gerald Whitaker?" I said, "No." She said, "I wish you'd stop, introduce yourself, and he's got some cows there that I want you to see." And there was 2-3 from Eastern Bull. And I said, "Okay, I will." So I was going down by, and I stopped in, introduced myself, talked with he and his wife. They showed me the cows and so on. I never mentioned breeding any cows for him. And so it ran along a little while, and one day he saw me go down by, and when I came back by, he was out in the middle of the road, waving his hand, stopped. He said, "You have such a bull, Bill?" I said, "Yeah." He said, can I buy some semen from him?" "Yeah." So I sold him an order of semen from Easton, and he put it in his tank. And hadn't gone too long, the first thing I knew, he called me, and he wanted me to breed cows. I bred some cows for him, and got to where I was, he had me breed for bulls that he had in his own tank. And I said, "Why do you have me do that?" He said, "Well," says, "I want wasn't doing too good." He says, "I thought maybe it could be better." So I bred cows for him. And I never tried to solicit. He just would call, and that's the way I took the business up. Also, when I first started out, and I bred a few cows, no, I didn't breed any cows for Ray Hicks, but Wilfred Frizzell had. And Ray Hicks said artificial breeding wasn't any good, and he was down in the post office. I had Guy Placy, different farmers that tell me, he said, Ray Hicks is hurting your business. I said, "How is he hurting my business?" He said, "Because he's telling her it's no good." And I said, "Good. That don't bother me any." I said, he's talking about it, so that's all I need. And it got to the county agent found it out. And the county agent and the manager of the breeding co-op came up and they said, "We're going to go and talk with Ray Hicks. He's going to hurt your business." I said, "If you want to go and talk with Ray Hicks, you go talk with him. But if you talk with him, I'm quitting. You can do it." And he said, and they said, "Is that right?" I said, "That's right. I don't care what he says." I said, "I'll be breeding cows for him. Won't be long if you keep your nose out of it." But if you butt in while you're not wanted, you won't. And it wasn't long before I went in, because I was in there. He used to have me, which wasn't legal, but he'd say, I'm waiting for liquid semen, see, and I'm waiting for the truck to come up for the mail. And he'd say, you don't want to stay out here in the lobby, go out and talk with the rural carriers. So I go out and visit with the rural carriers out back. And of course I had to put in a quarter because Ray was a gambler. And all of the help in there would put in a quarter, and guess when the mail truck would come in, the one got the car closest got the top. And I put cows, got a lot of cows on it. But I did it. I started in my way, not somebody else trying to tell me how to do it. And sometimes some of those farmers would, they'd bother you, they'd call late, or they'd call and they'd say the cow was out, and you make a trip, and you make another trip out in East Cobra, and the cow still isn't in. You're making travel, and you aren't getting paid for the travel, you know. I mean, you're getting paid, but not what you should be. So I had one farmer out in East Cobra that he did that and did it quite a lot. And finally I said, well, I'll fix him. And right in June, when they had a lot of calls anyway. So I went out in East Cobra, did my calls, did all the rest of them around, went out in East Cobra again, went by his place about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and the cow wasn't in. So I went home and I ate supper, which I usually did after I got through work. And I had some more calls out there, but I didn't do them. I called. Supper time, and I went home and ate with the family one night. And then I went back out and did the other calls, and it came the way it came about. I was at his place last, and by the time I got there, because he'd milked, it was about 9 o'clock or 9:30, and he decided I wasn't coming. So he had turned the cow out again. After he got through chores, and he was ready to go to bed, and he went out and turned the cow out, and I got there just after he'd done it. And which was sort of intentional. And he came running out in his stocking feet. He said, I didn't think you were coming. And I said, I have a lot of calls this time of year. And if the cows are in, I do them. And I said, I don't care. I just son what day or night. Either keep them in the daytime or the nighttime. I don't care which. Just tell me what you're going to do. And I never had any problem with him not keeping the cow in. That's the only way I knew how to get around it. Is to I didn't. I suppose it was kind of underhanded, but it worked.
It worked.
And I had one fellow that never could get anybody any madder than he would be. And you can leave the name out when you write it. Probably wouldn't.
Don't say it then.
And he called up and he said, you know, you bred my Jersey cow had a black cow. And I said, she did? I said, they have black Jerseys. And he says, well, they're not black when they're born. Of course, I knew that, but I was trying to bother him. I was in a predicament. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And so we visited, and he said, I know you have to go to Grove and pick up the package tonight. This on Saturday night. Would you stop when you come down by? I said, yeah, I'll stop. So I stopped, and I went in. I said, well, that's the best looking Jersey calf I've seen in ages. Of course, it was black as the ace of spades. I'd made a mistake in bred it to Holstein. And the Jersey is solid color, you see,
Right.
so and black is dormant, and that was it. And he said, now what are you going to do about it? Well, I said, let me look that up and see which cow it is. I said, well, I said one thing, we got it bred anyway. It had a lot of trouble, and the veterinarian treated it 3-4 times and so on. I said, we got it settled anyway, didn't we? And he said, yes. And I said, well, I'll get you, it was a bull. I said, I'll get you a bull calf of equal or better breeding. And it'll cost you nothing. He said, I want a heifer. I said, you can't get a heifer. You'll get a bull. If it had been a heifer, I'd get you a heifer. Because that's the rules the Eastern had, New Hampshire, Vermont had. Or Eastern, whichever it was. So, I visited with him, and he said, he calmed down, you know. He said, well, when you come back by, you and your wife stop and play cards. I said, okay, so we stopped and played cards. And a couple of days afterward, I saw there was a boy that stayed, going to high school, and he said, we couldn't get that, Holstein calf to suck that Jersey cow. And I said, when you go home, you tell your boss that, I don't blame that good Holstein calf. You might want to suck one of those snotty Jerseys. And I got out of the thing, treating it as a joke, and told him at a technician's meeting how I got out of such scrape afterwards. Now shut the tape off. I went to Lou Wallace's, and, read quite a few parts. And I was there one day, and he said, you know, Sis, is that the youngest girl that they called her? Sis. Has got a baby beef out here she's raising, and it won't eat grain. And he says it isn't doing so. And he took me out and showed me that it was a heifer. And I looked things over. I knew immediately why it wasn't eating grain. But Lou Wallace is quite a lot older than I was. And I kept thinking about that. I serviced the cow, made out the receipts, and he followed me out to where and I was washing, disinfecting my boots and everything. And finally I said, well, I guess I'll tell. So I turned around to him and I said, you know, I don't think I should do this. Some young whippersnapper, same as I am, telling an old man like you what the reason is that heifer doesn't eat grain. And of course, Lou did swear a little once in a while.
Yes, he certainly did.
And he said, however he said it, and he said, well, I wish you'd tell me. Well, I said, to begin with, clean that out. You've been putting that grain, top of that's all sour. Clean that crib out in good shape, manger, and disinfect it. Get rid of that smell. And while you're getting that cleaned up and everything, I said, give her the grain in a bucket or a pail or a box or something, and see if that makes any difference. Why, he says, damn fool, of course that's trouble. And next time I went down, I said, will that heifer eat grain, Lou? He said, yes, eat all you want to give it.
Well, I think we better call it an afternoon. Yeah, I think we've done pretty well. We've covered a lot of topics here, Gordon.
Well, you got it shut off?
No.
Oh, we shut it off.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for everything that you've told us here. And as soon as we can, we'll get you a coffee. Okay?
Well,
This is January 5th, and Gordon's back down to my house. It's just Gordon and I. We've just got a couple things to finish up. Because Gordon was going out the door the other day. He said that he and Phil Lambert had auctioned off some schoolhouses, so that piqued my interest. So I've got Gordon back to tell me what schoolhouses that he was talking about. So Gordon, would you do that for us?
Well, there's the bracket school up on South Hill. You want me to tell about them?
Well, now whose schoolhouses were they? They belonged to the town.
Oh, these schoolhouses belong to the school district, I assume. The combined school districts then.
Mm-hmm.
And we sold the bracket schoolhouse up on South Hill. We waited for somebody whoever bought it, to negotiate, see if they could buy the land under it from the one that originally owned the land. And then we proceeded to sell it. Sold the factory school out on 26. We sold the one up by Haven Haynes, and we waited for O'Neill to see if he could buy the land under that one before we finished auctioning it off. We sold one out in East Colebrook at the corner, which Willard Nugent bought. It's near Robert Lee's. I think that was called the Harvey 12, but I'm not sure. And we sold the one out beyond Graydon Lyons in East Colebrook to Wilford Granville, which he built over in the house for Howard. That takes care of 5, doesn't it?
That takes care of 5.
Yeah, that's the only ones I know.
How much did those go for? They probably all.
I don't think it was. I don't think any of them brought up $1,000, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have to go back to the school board.
Check it.
Check that report, and it might show what they brought, and they might be lumped together too.
So the school district owned those, but they didn't. In at least 2 cases, they didn't own the land that they sat on.
There was at least 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Now, we've covered pretty much all the topics. Is there anything else you wanted to bring up, Gordon?
Well, I just wanted to tell you a few things about Earl Keith. Earl Keith one day said to me, he said, you know, when a colt is born, the legs are as long as they're ever going to be. And I couldn't help but laugh, and I said to him, Earl, I know you're wrong. And he says, I'm not. And I says, I know you're wrong because I had, my father gave me the colt from a mare, and I hitched the 2 up together. And I know that when the colt was small, it walked under the mare's belly. Could walk under. So I said, I know the legs grow. And he says, well, I'll find out when Dr. Swale comes in from his cigars tonight. And I was there working when he came in, and he got after Dr. Swale, and how Dr. Swale laughed. He said, don't you know any better than that, Earl? And went along like that. And it must have been 2-3 weeks before when Dr. Swale come in, he'd say, well, colt's legs are as long as they're ever going to be when they're born. That's it, Earl. That's the gist of the saying.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Earl goes out riding every morning with his wife, waiting for the paper, and he'd take the paper home, read it, have dinner, and then come to work at Texaco. And we were always fooling around doing different things, swapping jackknives and wallets and all, and having fun. And so he said he'd gone by a house that didn't look too good, and he said people are living in there, and there's holes in that house, and it's cold. He says, I don't understand why, how they keep warm in there. And I very seriously, because George Capon was there, and I knew George would get after him after I got through, I said, Earl, don't you know the cold can go in on one side and the holes on the other side, and go out on the other side so it doesn't bother him? And then George Capon, of course, he got after him about that. He said, I thought a man as old as you are ought to know better than that. And that's the gist of that.
Yeah. Now this was Otis Woodard's garage. Is that correct?
Right.
Russell Woodard's father.
Right.
So you had a lot of fun there.
Yeah. I went in to pay my bill one day, and Otis was playing cribbage with George Capon, and he said, asked me if I couldn't come in some other day. He was busy that day to pay a bill,
Yeah.
which I did. And I was there one day, and Otis, somebody, a customer came up, and Otis went to gas him up, and he asked him to go to the next pump. And Otis says, asked him to go to the next pump, and Otis went over to the next pump, getting the hose out, ready to gas the customer up. And the customer didn't stop at that pump. He drove across the street to Walter Hickory. And as soon as Otis looked up, and he said, well, go it, or whatever, something like that. And he looked real surprised because the car was gone. After Walter gassed the customer up, he came over to Otis and thanked him, and he said, anytime you want to send them over to me, it's all right.
Customer thought he meant the next set of gas pumps instead of the very next pump. Is that it?
Yeah. Well, he took it as that.
Took it that way.
Fooling around with Earl, I started out one morning when it was real cold from home, and I put on a pair of coveralls. I paid my wife $5 to mend, which she couldn't mend because they're all eaten up by battery acid. And she said, what are you putting them on today for? And I said, well, I'm going to sell them. And she said, well, you can't sell them. And I said, I think I can. So when I got there that night for gas, Earl came out to gas me up, and he said, well, what do you got trade tonight? And I said, really, Earl, I haven't got anything. But, well, I said I could sell my coveralls. I've got through for the day. He says, I'll give you a nickel for them. I said, you bother. And I stripped them off. And while I was taking them off, he said, well, I wouldn't be so mean to you. By a cold night like this, buy your coveralls for a nickel, I'm going to give you a dime. So he gave me a dime for the coveralls. When I got out to Mrs. Davis, my mother-in-law, and to pick up the milk to go home, she said, where are your coveralls? And I said I sold them. She couldn't believe I did, but I had. And when I got home, I told my wife, I said I sold them for a dime. That was some of the foolishness we did. Well, when I was looking at nights for quite a while with Earl, and if a stranger came in for gas, I went and kind of waited on him because I was younger than I am now. And he said, if I went out, they'd think I was the boss. So he said, if you go out, they might give you a tip. And so any strangers, I waited on. And then Earl and I used the tips. I divided the tips with Earl, and we had him for a drink or ice cream, whatever we wanted.
Yeah.
That was another thing that was funny. Of course, this all was Otis' way, but that didn't bother me any. One day I went in just before Christmas, and Otis says to me, he says, I'll match you to see if you cut my Christmas tree or if I cut it. Of course, I couldn't win anyway. And I said, okay, I'll match. And I matched him, and he beat me, so I cut a Christmas tree and left it on his doorstep one morning. He was surprised because he didn't expect it was going to happen. It did. I guess enough, probably enough of that junk.
So you had a lot of fun in that garage.
Oh, yes, we had a lot of fun. Yeah. Otis, when I went to work there, and he told Earl the same thing, he said, if there's if there's anything in here and there's no price on it, set a price on it and sell it. And so Earl and I, there was a new package of brake fluid came in. And we didn't know the price. Somebody wanted some, so Earl had remembered the price. And he said, "Well, it must be about the same." So we charged them whatever the amount was. And finally, one night, a fellow, somebody that was running the garage came in. He knew the price of brake fluid. And he said, "I need some brake fluid." And so I gave him a can of brake fluid, and I charged him whatever the price was. I can't remember now. And he says, "That isn't the price for a pint. That's the price for a quart." Well, I cut the price in two on right, but we hadn't sold for the price of a quart, and that's the way things went.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. So, okay, Gordon. Do you think of anything else you want to tell us? I think we've
No,
covered.
I think I've told you enough.
Well, I want to thank you very much. And one of these years, we might get this typed up.
Okay.
Thank you, Gordon.